네, 팀장님. 저희 지금 수신기를 가져가 보신 분들이 많아가지고요. 잠시 후 10시부터
From 10 a.m., we will begin the third GENIE Forum Climate Environment Seminar. Those of you who are using interpretation services, Korean is serviced on channel number 3 and English is channel number 4. The third GENIE Forum is hosted by the Presidential Committee for Balanced National Balance and Jeollabuk-do and Jeonju City and MPS. And this is the Climate Environment Seminar, which is organized by the Climate Change Center, or CCC. And we will begin the morning program on taxonomy for sustainable and responsible investors. My name is Shin-Hae Ji of the CCC. I will be today's moderator. The GENIE forums are being held in order to form a global economic cooperation network by linking economic finance work and also response to the future. And we have the theme of accelerating climate action through innovation in finance. We are here at the KTCC, and we are broadcasting live by the CCC YouTube through Klimatus College. And in the past, because of the pandemic, we only held an online seminar. But for the third GENIE Forum, for the first time in its history, we are having a hybrid forum. And the speakers will take off their masks during the presentations. So this is the third Climate Environment Seminar, and we have the morning program and the afternoon program. In the morning, we will have the title, Taxonomy for Sustainable and Responsible Investors, and also in the afternoon, we will be talking about scaling up carbon market under the completion of the Article 6 rulebook of the Paris Agreement. Also, this year, we will be hearing the reports of the greenwashing explorers of use savers. On the 13th, 532 global investment investors in CDP and UNPRI and 7 global partner institutes got together, and they are asking governments to act more actively to deal with climate change. And a statement was released, and 5 different policies were announced. And they are asking for the allocating of $39 billion of private funds. And also, voices are being raised that we expand climate fund, and as a means, green taxonomy and disclosure of climate information are being emphasized. And also in 2015, G20 financial ministers meeting and the governor of central bank emphasized that we need to understand the impact that firms have on the weather, and a request was made to the FSB so that financial information will be disclosed, and a task force, TCFD, was formed. And as a result, compliance of climate disclosure will help global investors make decisions and change the flow of funds. Also, climate finance is very important when it comes to decarbonization. And the right investments have to be made in an environmentally friendly way to avoid greenwashing. And we must have independence of each of the entities. And that is why there are different initiatives, such as the Net Zero Bank Alliance. I'm sure that you have heard of the term ESG a lot, and it was a buzzword in the stock market as well. And according to a report by KIET, the environment in terms of investment is changing. However, there are many cases where companies, while they are engaging in inefficient funding in terms of environment, still gets high points. And actually, in January of last year, FTC of the UK and Consumer Market Authority has shown that there are many cases of greenwashing, and accordingly, the UK FTC will strengthen policing for the passion and transportation, travel, and food and beverage areas. The EU has come up with Green Deal budget and also announced Green Taxonomy as well. And also similar efforts are being made by Korea. And in December of last year, the K-Taxonomy guideline was announced as well. And also the European Parliament is making efforts in order to include nuclear energy and natural gases in their program. And this morning, we will be discussing what Korea is doing in order to prevent greenwashing. And I hope that we will have a fruitful discussion during the morning program. And I would now like to explain the next part of the program, which is Greenwashing Explorers, Youth Savers of the CCC's Youth Ambassadors. And 4 teams make up the Greenwashing Explorers, and they will be reporting out their past activities. So we will begin with the presentation by Min Kyung-won of Team A.
네, 안녕하세요.
Well, good morning, good ladies and gentlemen. I am Min Kyung-won, and I will be make a presentation on our activity as greenwashing expedition. We got the mentoring support from the journalist Kim Han-il. So we produced articles under the topic greenwashing in the European region. Europe is the region which is leading in ESG activities. European companies were at the front lines of introducing ESG initiatives, and they were the first one to face challenges regarding ESGs. So we wanted to learn from the case examples of the European companies to find out some answers to what could be the best ESG initiatives. We focused on the energy sector, so the energy ESG practices of the European businesses and the European government's policies regarding the energy ESG. Now let me introduce our articles. First, let me introduce myself. I am especially interested in the green taxonomy of the EU. EU taxonomy, which was revised recently, caused controversy by including nuclear energy and natural gas in the EU green taxonomy. So I focused on this topic when I covered the ESG topic. Right now, France is building 6 nuclear reactors after the revised EU green taxonomy, but there is increasing criticism about including nuclear energy in ESG. As a follow-up example, I also covered the impact of the EU green taxonomy on the Korea's nuclear industry, and what could be the right direction for Korea to achieve net zero. By covering this topic, I had gained deeper knowledge about EU green taxonomy and its potential impact. Our team member, Lee Sehyun, she covered the core powered energy generation in EU after the energy crisis in Europe. EU, after Russia invaded Ukraine and reduced its supply of natural gas for the European region, many European countries had responded by cutting back on their natural gas consumption through their winter plans, and they had resumed their coal-powered energy generation, including the case in Germany. But this is a movement that just reverted to the past, and there is growing need to find an alternative energy. Our next team member, Shin Ji-hee, she covered the largest oil company of Italy, Eni. Eni is scheduled to receive Energy Innovation Award in the Energy Intelligence Forum, but Eni has this record of doing greenwashing before, so Shinji focused on how Eni made a turnaround from greenwashing company to becoming receiving the Energy Innovation Award. She covered the sustainability report of Eni, which Eni is voluntarily producing for the past years, and Eni had come up with a very detailed reduction initiatives, and it is also coming up with the global carbon reduction plan. So by doing so, Eni is being recognized for its effort for green economy. By looking at Eni's efforts and green initiatives, she has provided the best practices for oil companies across the world. Lastly, our other team member, Jo Soo-hwa, she covered Spain's largest renewable energy company, Iberdrola, and its net zero strategy. Due to the dry weather of Spain, hydropower supply has reduced, but Iberdrola's business profit has rather increased by 26%, even after the energy crisis in Spain. That is why she decided to cover what created profit for Iberdrola during such energy crisis. Iberdrola invested heavily in green technology, and secondly, it gained upper hand in the market by forming partnerships with various energy companies, including British Petroleum, which has led to a bigger market for Iberdrola. Lastly, it has digitized wind power generation based on smart grid technology development, which enabled real-time operation data that could enhance energy efficiency. By leveraging these three-pronged strategy, Iberdrola has successfully reduced carbon emissions and establishing itself fully in the European market. So these are the articles and the activities we had to cover ESG initiatives in Europe, which could serve as benchmark practices for the Korean businesses. We will continue to cover the European region, and we will also expand the industries that can contribute to ESG initiatives. And we will also produce many other interesting articles that cover the college students' ESG activities. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much.
Greenwashing 탐사대 B.
Next is Team B, and student Kim Byunghee will make this presentation. Good morning. My name is Kim Byunghee, and I will be presenting on behalf of Team B. I am glad that we are gathered here together to hear these report outs. So I would like to introduce our team and talk about the activities of the different team members. We have Kim Byunghee, that's myself, so U-Savers, Wave 15. And also we have team member Kim Min-ha, Wave 1 of SGI Youth Plus, and also Lee Ju-yeon of SGI Youth Plus, Wave 1, and also U-Savers, Wave 14, So Min-ji. And of course we had a mentor. So I am very much interested in regulations and policy related to environment. And the first article that I worked on is the Constitutional Court's ruling that the Environmental Improvement Fund, which is levied on diesel car, is actually constitutional. And Mr. A actually brought this case to court, saying that levying the Environmental Improvement Fund for diesel cars is unconstitutional because of many principles. And however, the court ruling was that it is indeed constitutional. And I also covered an interview with a lawyer, Jo Hae-in. And this is my second article. And there were over 1,700 cases where the emissions tolerance was exceeded by cement plants. However, there were 0 cases of administrative dispositions, and I looked at the reason. And the Ministry of Environment will have to work with the cement industry to address this issue. Second team member, Kim Min-ha, she is interested in many social issues, including the environment. Kim Min-ha has looked at the severe flooding and the death that we had at that time, and has looked at the construction industry and also the insurance cases. And she has looked at storm and flood insurance and what is happening in the construction industry. And Lee Ju-yeon has looked at niche areas when it comes to environmental issues, and she has talked about ESG in different areas. So this is a summary of her first article. And she covered 3 companies here: SK Innovation, GS Caltex, and Hyundai Oil Bank. She looked at the reduction goal and the achievement and their net zero strategies. However, Scope 3 was only covered by SK Innovation, and it was not the case in the case of the other 2 companies. And so there has to be more consideration regarding Scope 3. Second article by Lee Ju-yeon has to do with companies in the fashion industry. And all three companies are working on Scope 1, 2, and 3. And for H&M and Puma, you can see that they're also focusing on Scope 3, and they have goals for Scope 3 reductions as well. Last team member, So Min-ji, is very much interested in energy and RE100. As for RE100, I am sure you all know what this is. We have the definition here, and it is a voluntary campaign in order to convert to 100% renewables by 2050 or to have direct PPA. And recently, Samsung Electronic Company declared that they are on board with RE100. And in total, we have 23 RE100 firms in Korea. But when this article was written, at that time, Samsung had not joined yet. That is why you see the number 22. And Son Min-ji analyzed the reports of all 22 companies, and 9 firms gave details about their renewable energy source. And most of their program was centered around green premium. However, in this area, we must encourage the private sector to join in this initiative. And we must come up with systems so that companies will be able to achieve RE100 at a low cost. So those were the articles, and in the future we need to have clean environment and transparent society, and we will work hard as reporters to reach that goal. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Well, thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite the third group, Group C, Im Yeojin, for presentation. So good morning, everyone. My name is Im Yeojin, and I'm here to represent our group, Group C. Our group focused on helping businesses with good ESG intention rather than just criticizing them just because they do greenwashing and have harmful practices. We wanted to help businesses start ESG management, and to do that, we decided to focus on E-pillar and its trend. E-pillar is divided into waste, building, and company. And now let me go into details. First is the waste domain. We're introducing waste startups overseas. According to FKI and Korean Chamber of Commerce survey, companies answered E is the most important factor. However, in the ESG assessment, they're getting the lowest grade for E, and the survey by the Ministry of SMEs and Startups show businesses are also struggling in the environment domain. Samjeong KPMG Economic Research Institute published a report that shows increasing waste and the consequent growth of the waste processing market. Since we realized that even down the E-pillar is getting more and more attention, companies are not finding a solution. So we decided to cover this topic and went out to introduce overseas startups looking to solve the waste problem with innovative solutions. We introduced them by materials like plastic, glass, wood, and metal. The first one of the series was about plastic. We introduced the Empower, who's leveraging blockchain technology to track the entire life cycle of plastics, and Byfusion, who's producing construction materials from waste plastics. We covered 6 startups in total. Next, the construction domain. The first topic in construction is the transition toward green buildings by 2030. Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research simulated 4 building scenarios on cement, steel, and wood. The results showed wood is the material with the lowest carbon footprint. Last August, the Ministry of Land and Transport issued an amendment that it would abolish the size restriction of wooden construction after cross-laminated timber. The high-performance wood material were introduced in the market. Like this, we produced articles on wooden construction regulation, global trends, national roadmaps for green city. Next topic of our articles was how to become zero-energy building without greenwashing. In the first one in a series of articles under this topic, we focused on cases like McDonald's, who used recycled materials for its building and used renewable energy but somehow failed to meet the zero energy building criteria, and Room 2 Hotel of the UK, who promoted itself as achieving net zero from construction to demolition of its building but didn't receive any expert consultation on its carbon footprint. We introduced the greenwashing cases so our readers analyzed why it is difficult for companies to meet zero energy building criteria, focusing on what comes first for mutual benefits for companies, the environment, and consumers. Under this topic, construction, we covered basic debate topics, how to become zero energy building, and what kind of technologies are available. Next is the business domain. We covered the latest ESG news and analyzed actual cases. The first of this series, we covered differences between TNFD and TCFD. TNFD, under the keyword of nature-related risks, required companies to disclose both dependency risk and impact risk. 4 foreign companies have signed this. But for TCFD, 120 companies have signed, so we wanted to find out why. A major explanation is whether this is due to the application of double materiality. In the second article, we covered Google sustainability bond allocation. Google drove 5 environment projects and allocated more than 90% of the bonds to energy and green building. Like this, we have been producing articles which explains the latest ESG news and the actual field cases to help businesses introduce their own ESG initiatives. We learned that there's still so much to learn while producing articles, while researching ESG regulation, technology, market trend, and efforts, and discussing with our team members. We are able to deepen and broaden our perspectives. Going forward, we want to pay attention to ESG to become ESG experts and sharpen our perspectives to produce quality articles on what we can do and how we can solve problems. So far, we have shared our journey to cover the latest ESG trends based on our interest and experience for the remaining period, but we'll continue to cover those topics along with articles with high-level perspective to include all the ESG topics based on collaboration between our team members. Thank you so much.
네, 임여진 학생 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. And the last team is Team D. And Sohee will make the presentation. Good morning. I'm from Team D, and we are made up of Sohee, Daegyun, Oh-yeul, and Daegyun, and my name is Sohee. I would like to briefly explain the articles that we all worked on. Our main theme is bioplastic. And of course, plastics are very convenient, and some are recycled. However, most of them are thrown away, both in nature and in landfills. And the amount of microplastic that each human being consumes per week is the weight of a single credit card. Also, in 2018, China declared that they will no longer be importing waste plastic, and this has accelerated the plastic circular economy. And so here, the major trends would be bioplastic and recycling of plastic. So this is the first article by myself, and Green Tech was covered. And they are using a environmentally friendly resin that comes from corn. This is harmless to humans and also easy to process using heat. And this is a major material that will be in the lead of plastic circular economy. Green Tech was introduced because they have received certifications from the US, the EU, and also from Korea in terms of environment. And my second article had to do with oxidative biodegradation plastic. And there are 2 different types of plastics here. We have biodegradable plastic, versus the oxidative biodegradation plastic. However, basically, this is still a plastic, and it may not be that environmentally friendly. However, recently, many firms are advertising misleadingly that their oxidative biodegradable plastic is eco-friendly. And so through this article, I compare the two different types of plastics to raise awareness. Next, the first article by Daegyun, and she covered BioPET, which is produced by Lotte Chemical. And here, natural plastic sources are used. For example, the material would be biomass, and in the process, we can reduce a lot of CO2. And we have a 28% reduction of CO2 during production. However, there are some problems because still we have a lot of waste, and also there is limited recycling for this material in Korea. And the second article by Hong was the changes being made in the cosmetics industry. In the past, the container of cosmetics was not easily recycled. However, we have different firms in cosmetics now that are renewing the packaging and also collecting the empty bottles. And also some firms are changing their plastic bottles to a more environmentally friendly material. And we have the case of Sita in Korea and also Oh-yeul in Taiwan. And next, articles by Oh Jaeyoon. This is the first one, which has to do with bio-based plastic. And since the Ukraine-Russian war, the plastic industries are heavily burdened because of sourcing issues. And bio-based plastic contains at least 20% of biomass. And during the production process, CO2 reduction is achieved. And bisphenol A is not included, so it is harmless. And this article looked at the characteristics of this material. The second article had to do with the plastic wrapping and packaging used in CVSs. CU and GS25 declared in the past that by 2019, they will change all their lunchbox packaging to environmentally friendly packaging. However, in 2019, they stopped that program. And also, environmentally friendly PLA plastic bags were used at CU. However, they lost their certification. The certification was no longer given by the Ministry of Environment, and CU stopped using PLA. And next, articles by Daegyun. The first one has to do with biodegradable plastic. So here, the biomass content is anywhere from 50 to 70%, and we have different types, PLA, PHA, and PBAT. However, cost is quite high, and that is why they are not readily introduced to the market. Also, for some plastic types, you have to meet the right condition in order for degradation to happen. However, there is high potential for market entry of these materials. And this is the second article by Daegyun, and it showed concerns about the PLA film packaging used by Starbucks. Starbucks started using PLA film of SKC. However, this is degraded when humidity is 70% and the temperature of the soil is 56 to 60%. And in Korea, we don't really have facilities that can degrade PLA. And in the future, we will focus on the fashion industry and look at the ESG status of fashion companies. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
네, 그린워싱
Well, that was the presentation by Greenwashing Expedition, and I had high expectation for further activities of these four groups of Greenwashing Expedition. Since the MZ generation, who is the leader of the value consumption, has participated in this initiative, I think that their activities will be very promising in the future. Now I'd like to invite the next speaker, Jan Vandermosten, the EU PRI Senior Policy Analyst. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, he sent us a video and will provide simultaneous interpretation. If you have questions or any inputs that you want to deliver to the speaker, then please leave your comments on YouTube. Then we will deliver or relay the messages and comments, questions to the speaker later. Now, please play the video.
Good morning, and thanks for inviting me to speak today at the GENIE Forum. Welcome from the Brussels region. I'm sorry I cannot join you today, but still very happy to be able to participate in this event and share our experience from the principles of responsible investment about our engagement in the EU taxonomy. For those that are not familiar with the principles of responsible investment, let me just quickly introduce our organization. The UN-supported principle of responsible investments, or in short, PRI, is an organization with about 5,000 member signatories, investors, that have signed on to 6 principles. And PRI's goal is to understand the investment implications of environmental, social, and governance issues, and to support signatories in integrating these issues in their investment and ownership decisions. Now, I work as a senior policy analyst in the policy team of PRI, and our work is aimed at kind of creating and advocating for policies that help our signatories to reach their objectives of investing responsibly. And it's in that context that we have engaged extensively in the EU on development of a sustainable taxonomy. So on the next slide, you will see the point that I will address in today's presentation. I will start with outlining very briefly or reminding the audience again about what is the EU taxonomy, its design, its architecture, as well as where we stand in the process of developing the EU taxonomy. Then I will share a few findings of the engagement that we have undertaken with our signatories, with investors, with regards to the implementation of the EU taxonomy, what are the challenges and the opportunities related to the EU taxonomy and its implementation. Then I'll say a few words about global alignment between taxonomies and why, from our point of view, this is important. And I'll end by providing a few insights, if you may, about the link between the EU taxonomy and a broader policy framework. So let's start with what the EU taxonomy is actually about. On the next slide, you see basically a summary of the EU taxonomy framework. And it works as such that it identifies economic activities within particular sectors that can be considered sustainable. So it's ultimately a classification system for sustainable economic activities. In order for an economic activity to be considered sustainable, it has to align or respond, if you like, to 3 conditions. It has to significantly contribute to one of the 6 environmental objectives in the EU taxonomy, while at the same time not doing significant harm to any of the other environmental activities. And a third condition to be considered sustainable under the EU taxonomy is that you should respect minimum social safeguards. And what a taxonomy does is it identifies specific thresholds, or in EU jargon, technical screening criteria for each of these categories. These criteria, they are supposed to be science-based, objective, technology neutral, as well as dynamic, in the sense that these criteria will be reviewed every few years so that they remain valid in a changing environment. On the next slide, as I said, you can see the 6 environmental objectives of the EU taxonomy. So it covers climate change mitigation, adaptation, which is the topic of today's discussion, but it also covers 4 other environmental objectives, the ones that you see here on the screen. So in the context of this conversation, which is focused on climate change, it's still important to keep in mind those other environmental objectives, because as I said on the slide before, an economic activity can only be considered sustainable when it contributes to climate change, but it can also not harm any of the other environmental objectives. Now I want to maybe end this first part by giving a quick kind of update on where we stand in terms of taxonomy development in the EU. And it's worthwhile to probably start by saying that the general EU sustainable taxonomy framework is put into regulation, but technical screening criteria for each of the objectives is not part of the high-level regulation. These are developed in secondary regulation, or in the EU jargon, again, delegated acts. And delegated acts have been adopted for the climate change objectives, but not yet for the other 4 environmental objectives. This means that today, companies and investors, they have to report against the climate change objectives as from the start of this year, but not yet the other environmental objectives. You will have probably heard that the adoption of the climate change criteria, technical screening criteria, has been a little bit challenging for the EU. And criteria were adopted in 2 sets. A first set of criteria at the end of last year, and a second set of criteria in summer of this year. And especially the second set of criteria has been a little bit controversial because it included the inclusion of gas and nuclear energy in the EU taxonomy. Ultimately, the EU has decided to include those 2 economic activities in the EU taxonomy. From our point of view, I think, in particular to those 2 sets of economic activities, it's important to understand that they have been the result of a political process. Which implies that to some degree these criteria have departed from the stated objective in the EU taxonomy regulation that such criteria should be science-based, objective, and technology neutral. So it's a little bit unfortunate in the sense that it does harm a bit kind of the objective and science-based nature of the EU taxonomy. However, there are separate disclosure requirements specifically related to these 2 economic activities. So companies, investors, they can still decide to build their products or develop their activities excluding gas and nuclear energy. It also means that in the development of other taxonomies outside the EU, decision makers can decide to also exclude these economic activities. With that, I'll move to the second part of my presentation, which is about the experience of EU investors in the implementation of the EU taxonomy. At the PRI, we have engaged extensively with our member investors. About 40 investors are a member of the Taxonomy Practitioners Group. with whom we have developed case studies and more recently have engaged in interviews to understand how they are working with the EU taxonomy. And all that has been summarized in a report called Implementing the EU Taxonomy. So this report covers a number of things about how investors are using the taxonomy, key policy updates, implementation challenges, recommendations for practitioners and policymakers, as well as advanced implementation practice. So this engagement has shown that implementing the EU taxonomy certainly comes with some challenges. For instance, a big challenge relates to finding or accessing the right type of data. There is some challenges in interpreting the criteria. There is challenges related to kind of how to integrate in operations or communicating taxonomy alignment figures with end users. So definitely it is a challenging framework. However, and I think this is really important to keep in mind, is even though there are these challenges, at least the investors that we spoke to really saw an added value in EU taxonomy, and they're already using it for quite advanced practices, such as like they establish cross-functional working groups to facilitate implementation. They engage with investee companies to get the data or to even improve data. They're building products on the basis of the taxonomy. They are engaging with policymakers to clarify certain aspects of taxonomy regulation and so on. So definitely investors have started using the taxonomy in innovative ways in the EU. Now I want to kind of pause a bit or maybe emphasize a bit more two of the recommendations in that report to policymakers coming from the investors. And that I think are particularly relevant for, say, countries and companies and investors outside of the EU. The first recommendation in this report covers the fact that we need further clarification for how to calculate alignment for companies outside of the EU. Because taxonomy regulation applies to companies in the EU, and these companies have to report their taxonomy alignment. And this can be used by investors then, calculate their own taxonomy alignment. This is not the case for non-EU companies. So further clarification was for how South Korean companies could calculate taxonomy alignment would be considered helpful by investors. And also, you could turn this around and say, if a South Korean company proactively calculates its alignment with the EU taxonomy, it may facilitate European companies to understand the sustainability of a company in relation to a framework that they have to comply with, and it may even lead to investment opportunities, increased investment opportunities from EU investors. A second very important recommendation from the investors is about taxonomy alignment and the need to ensure that there is alignment between the EU taxonomy and other taxonomies. Which brings me to the third part of my presentation, global alignment of taxonomies. And on the next slide, you see some findings of the of a report, another report that we did this time with the World Bank, which kind of outlines key features of a taxonomy and what is needed for taxonomies to be aligned internationally. And I guess the key point on the slide is the second bullet point, where the report outlines kind of the key features of a sustainable taxonomy, saying that it should have clear sustainability objectives, a list of activities in given sectors that can be considered eligible for taxonomy inclusion, and then technical screening criteria that then identify which of these eligible economic activities are actually aligned. And again, the report says it should cover both sustainable contribution as well as doing no significant harm. So you will see that the definition in this report of what is sustainable taxonomy aligns fairly well with the design of the EU taxonomy. An important thing to note from this report is that the report recognizes that putting in place such a, say, fully fledged taxonomy with these three elements is quite a high bar. And it allows, you could say, for a gradual design and implementation of a sustainable taxonomy, depending on the state of development of the country in question. Now, I would add to this that in countries that are advanced, such as the EU, and you could argue South Korea, it does make sense to immediately go to the most, say, sophisticated level of taxonomy, which is one taxonomy that covers all these three criteria. Now, the next slide then goes a little bit into detail about how you can then ensure alignment. And maybe just a quick point on the rationale for aligning global taxonomies. The point of a taxonomy is to identify what is a sustainable economic activity. If different taxonomies define this in a wildly different manner, using a completely different structure and architecture, then of course you will not come to a global understanding of what are sustainable economic activities, and it will increase the burden of compliance for companies and investors, because they would have to calculate their alignment depending on different systems and so on. It would definitely not create an effective global system. So global alignment, and this is something that comes from all the investors we speak to, all the regulators, it is crucially important. And so the report identifies a few key elements that ensure, that can ensure such alignment. The first is the objectives should be broadly similar. A second point is that the way in which you classify economic activity, so the classification system that you use for identifying eligible and aligned economic activities, has to be the same or at least easily comparable. And then you need to have broadly similar technical screening criteria that use consistent metrics and calculation methodologies, so that even though the actual criteria can be different between different countries, depending on the level of development, for instance, they are expressed in the same way. And to give an example of that, for instance, in the EU, criteria for power production and whether it's sustainable or not are identified or defined as the amount of CO2 a power production facility emits by unity of power produced, or grams of CO2 equivalent per kilowatt hour produced. So if all taxonomies use that same metric, even if the actual number that you put to it is different, at least, investors and companies can calculate in the same way and compare. So on my final slide, I just want to spend my final kind of few minutes talking about how the EU taxonomy fits within a broader policy framework. And you cannot just look at the EU taxonomy as a silver bullet, because ultimately, like I said at the very beginning, it is just a classification system for economic activities that are considered sustainable. It doesn't do anything about shifting investments or reaching climate goals. So you have to first link a taxonomy with comprehensive disclosure requirements for both companies, corporates, and investors. And then you will get data. Then the data and the disclosure by itself are still not sufficient. So, for instance, a sustainable finance policy framework should, for instance, also include stewardship policies that encourage investors to engage with the companies, to disclose and even improve their taxonomy alignment. And if you have that in place, then of course you come to a comprehensive sustainable finance strategy to some degree, but that is still, in our point of view, not sufficient, as long as you do not have the enabling environment. And the enabling environment are the actual real economy policies. In the case of today's discussion, it implies for the country to put in place a ambitious Paris-aligned climate and energy policy, which include climate targets, renewable energy targets, energy efficiency targets, carbon markets, and then the enabling measures that actually allow to reach those targets, and so on. So yes, I think with that I reached the end of my presentation. I would like to thank the organizers again for inviting us and allowing us to share our findings and our experience with EU taxonomy. And I wish you all a very fruitful day and fruitful discussions. Many thanks. Enjoy your day.
네, EU 텍소노미
Yes, thank you very much. That was the presentation by Jan Vandermosten. And I would now like to invite the second presenter, who is Mr. Kim Nam-gyun, who is lead research specialist at KETI. And he will talk about the sustainable finance and Korea taxonomy. Good morning. I am from KETI, Korea Environmental Industry and Technology Institute. My name is Kim Nam-gyun. First of all, I would like to say that it is an honor for me to be here, and I would like to thank Mr. Ho Jae-chul of CCT for the invitation. Today, I would like to talk about the background behind the introduction of K-Taxonomy, and then talk about what K-Taxonomy is, and talk about some pilot projects and future plans. So time is limited, so I would like to be brief about part one. Well, ESG, this is a term that is familiar to many of us. ESG is, of course, important because we have the investors, the government, and we have different stakeholders, and the needs of these different parties are growing. And we need to respond globally to the climate issues. And we have the EU and the US. And you can see that the number of climate-related regulations in these countries are increasing. And as a result, many countries are declaring net zero and are beefing up their regulations. Under such circumstances, well, how should the businesses and the investors respond to the changes? And of course, investors will think about their return on investment. However, at the same time, they have to think about the different laws and regulations in different countries. And because there are many changes to the environmental related laws, of course, the investors will have to respond likewise. And the companies have to follow suit as well. So there is more demand for green. And from the perspective of firms, of course, they receive funding from the capital market and from the investors. And of course, they become interested in going green. However, well, the firms and the investors are asking for more green, but then the criteria is rather vague as to whether what is green or not. So one party may think that some certain activity is green, but others may not think so. And so we see many cases of greenwashing. And we need to have transparent and honest investors. And to protect them, we need to have a clear guideline and definition of what green means. And in Korea, we have the Ministry of Environment, and we have come up with two guidelines. One is Green Bond Guideline, and the second guideline is the Korea Taxonomy. And so the industry, government, and the firms now have a standard, a criteria for deciding what is green and what is not. And so ultimately, we will all going towards cleaning up the environment and also towards the goal of net zero. And from March of 2020, Green Finance Promotion Task Force was formed. And at the end of that year, we saw the announcement of a guideline. And so this is a guideline to follow when you're issuing green bonds. Of course, in the past, we just followed the guidelines that existed overseas. However, now we have guidelines that is tailored more to the Korean situation. And you can see that as of last month of this year, a total of 20 trillion, over 20 trillion worth of green bonds were issued. And here, the guideline for K-Taxonomy was announced in December of last year. And K-Taxonomy provides details criteria. And this is voluntary in Korea. And there are 3 principles. So there are 6 goals. So carbon mitigation, climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, and sustainable and protection of water and marine resources, transition to circular economy, and also pollution prevention and control and protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. So at least one of these goals have to be met. And of course, we have the second principle, which is do not seriously harm any of the other remaining principles. And at the same time, the third rule is that there has to be basic safeguards, for example, for human rights protection and non-destruction of national treasures and so forth. And there are activity criteria and recognition criteria, exclusion criteria, and also there are some criteria for determining the safeguards. So all of these requirements have to be met to be dubbed green. So the legal grounds were laid out in April of last year. So let me briefly touch upon the major components of K-Taxonomy. It is made up of 69 economic activities, 64 in green area and 5 in transition area. So here, this is the makeup of all the economic activities. And of the 64 green activities, there are 7 areas where we try to reduce greenhouse gases. And then for the other transition areas, there are goals laid out as well. So as for the green part, this is made up of 64 essential green economic activities. And it includes key technology needed to reduce carbon emissions. And also, we have some areas that still use fossil fuels. However, they are important in terms of economic activity, so they will be exempt from this part of the K-Taxonomy. And so we have the industry area development, power generation that is, and also transportation and CCUS. So future-oriented technology is included in K-Taxonomy as well. Next, I would like to give you 2 examples. So here, in order to reduce greenhouse gases, there are 2 examples in the power generation area. And you can see there are details, detailed questions and criteria that have to be met. And this is for the transition or conversion area. And so here, the ultimate goal is carbon neutrality. However, in the interim period, we need some transition time. So we have 5 parts, 5 activities here. And some examples would be eco-friendly shipbuilding and also using LNG. And here I have an example. So this would be the criteria or standard that is used for LNG and mixed gas-based energy production. And here in the red box, you can see that this applies only temporarily until 2030 to 2035. So ultimately, we are going for non-carbon energy generation, but in the meantime, we are allowing this. And so this is the process used to determine whether something is green or not. So this is the order followed, and all of the answer to all of these questions have to be yes in order to finally declare that a certain activity is green. And we are carrying out some demo projects or pilot projects. And we have a common exclusion criteria. And during the demo project, we developed the details regarding the exclusion criteria. Because this is a new system, the working level people will have trouble determining whether they meet the criteria or not. So there are 2 major steps. First, the environmental risk is determined, and then the readiness regarding respond to the risk is determined. And there is a scoring system. So if you have a score of 5 points or more, then that is high risk. So in that case, we look at whether the company has readiness in order to respond to such high risks. And ultimately, we will decide whether the company has eligibility or not. And the reporting rules are same for all areas. And this has to do with the safeguards. And these are the minimum requirements that have to be met in terms of human rights, labor, safety, corruption, and so forth. So let's look at how K-Taxonomy is being used. When companies are engaged in economic activities, they can determine whether their activities are green or not, and also they can provide non-financial information and disclosure to investors. And that is not all. More capital will be invested in green areas and green projects, and by doing that, we hope that this will contribute to achieving carbon neutrality. Next, I would like to talk about the current projects that are currently going on and future plans. So, the Korean government and KETI are carrying out some pilot projects, and this is the issuance of green bonds. And the bonds will continue to be issued throughout this year, and we believe that this will help the establishment of K-Taxonomy. So we have the banks and investors. And when they issue green bonds, well, we have outside parties who help them with the evaluation. Now, you may think that it is a simple matter and they can just go ahead and issue the green bonds, but it is not that easy. This is the first time that this is happening, so there is a lot of learning and trial and error as we go on. And so these numerous steps are being taken. And it is not easy However, 6 banks and four companies participated, and we also had 6 companies who helped with the evaluation. And with the Ministry of Environment, we came up with different ideas, and we're trying out different things and learning as we go. And as for the issuance of the green bonds, it is a little different compared to regular bonds. So what is the difference are marked in red. And so the firm that wants to issue the green bonds, they have to write up what is called a green bond framework. And regarding the GBF, we have an outside party. They could be accounting firms or asset management or asset evaluators, credit evaluators, and they will review the GBF. And also, we have an additional step number 4, where we make that decision, that judgment, whether the case has eligibility or not. And then the bonds are issued. And step 6 is different as well, because after issuing the bonds, with regular bonds, that is it. However, in the case of green bonds, there has to be a report after the bonds are issued. And these requirements have been added, and sometimes the judgments have to be made based on scientific basis and evidence, and that is why we need the input of experts, and that is, of course, where KETI comes in. And we are giving a lot of thought as to how to carry this out in an efficient way. So this is an actual example, and Shinhan Bank carried out the issuance of green bonds for 2 projects. And so this is the first case of issuing green bonds based on K-Taxonomy. This is the second example, and this was on the very next day after Shinhan Bank issued their green bonds. It was done by Korea Southern Power. They are a power generation company, and they wanted to carry out this project, and you may think that they wanted to reduce greenhouse gases. However, their first project has to do with restoring beach areas, so it has to do with biodiversity. So this is the West Sea in Korea, and because of economic development, well, we had the beautiful beach in 1954. However, the beach area was destroyed, and the company wanted to restore this beach area and restore the shoreline. And they were trying to get funding, bulk of the funding, through the green bond issuance. And by the second half of next year, we believe that the restoration will be complete. And by issuing the green bonds, I hope that we will have more projects that are similar to this so that we can restore our natural resources. And future plans. We have some demo projects, and through these projects, we are learning some lessons. There are some areas of improvement, and we will be revamping and updating the K-Taxonomy and our green bond issuance guidelines. And of course, we will provide more detailed information to the related parties. I think I really need to hurry because of time issues. And these are questions that we get a lot. We have the term greenium, and many people ask what this is. Actually, this is a word that has been coined by putting green together with premium. So in this case, companies can source funds at a lower interest rate if there is a benefit to the environment. And there has been many success cases overseas, and 30 BPS lowering effect has been reported. And there are some papers that have been published, and two governors of the Federal Reserve have published this paper. And on average, these projects were able to lower the interest by 8 BPS through the issuing of green bonds. And some people asked the second question: if activities are not included in K-Taxonomy, does it make it more difficult to get funding? But that is not necessarily so. There are other ways of financing. So just because your activity is not included in K-Taxonomy, that does not mean that funding will be more difficult in the future. So that was my presentation on K-Taxonomy. And once again, I thank all of you for this opportunity. And of course, now we will be utilizing K-Taxonomy in earnest in the future. And if you have any ideas for improvement, we welcome your opinion and input. Thank you.
네, 지금까지 오전 세션의 발제를 모두 들어보았습니다. 이어서 패널 토론을 위해서 잠시 장례 정리하는 시간을 가지도록 하겠습니다. 혹시 질문 사항이 있으신 분들께서는 유튜브 댓글창을 활용해서 댓글을 남겨주시면 저희가 패널 토론 진행하면서 바로 답변 드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 네, 다시 한번 말씀드리지만 저희 오늘 진행된 포럼의 그 자료집은 저희 기후변화센터 홈페이지 자료실 페이지에 들어가시면 자료집을 확인하실 수 있습니다.
So we'd like to arrange our stage for the next session, which is the panel discussion. Please leave your inquiries and questions or any other comments on our YouTube channel, and please log on to our Climate Change Center website to see the presentation materials for today's session. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for your patience. Those of you who are watching us online, please leave your comments on our YouTube channel. And those who are here offline in this hall, please raise your hand before asking a question. One more reminder, if you want to take a look at our presentation slides, then please go on to our website, Climate Change Center website, and go to Data Archive. Now we have our panelists on the stage, and I would like to hand over the microphone to the moderator of this panel discussion session. Well, great to see you, everyone. Some of you have left because of some urgent business. We are not given sufficient amount of time, so I will be very brief and try to make this session as fruitful and productive as possible. And I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the presenters today. So I take up the role of a moderator of this session. I'm working at the Institute of ESG Public Policy. I'm the director of that institute. My name is Kwak Oh-yeul. So this is the third GENIE forum, and for the morning session of this climate environment seminar, our topic is taxonomy of sustainable and responsible investments. And under this topic, we'd like to have a discussion. So about 45 minutes have been allocated to this panel discussion. So the panelists, each of you has 5 minutes for your speech, and then the remaining time will be given to the Q&A session. For your information, if you have any questions to the Vandermosten, Senior Policy Analyst of EU and UNPRI, please leave your comments or questions on our channel. Then we will relay the questions to Mr. Vandermosten after the session is over. Now, one type of fossil fuel, natural gas, has been included in the EU taxonomy, which will be announced later. And we also had the presentation about K-Taxonomy, which is also based on the EU taxonomy, excuse me. So even though the nuclear energy was excluded from the K-Taxonomy, but now a more recent announcement has been made to include nuclear energy into taxonomy, causing another round controversy. I reviewed K-Taxonomy, and I believe that there are some hard thought recommendations to be included in K-Taxonomy to achieve net zero. And I believe there have been many challenges in the process of coming up with K-Taxonomy. Right now, the Korean government is pushing its own energy policy, and it was very hard for it to fully give up nuclear energy. But to facilitate green energy utilization, we believe that green taxonomy is very crucial, and I hope that the government would not be swayed in the process of completing its own taxonomy. With this, I'd like to start our panel discussion. We have invited 4 distinguished experts for this discussion. The first one is Ranhee, CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Impact On. Next panelist is Insik, Team Head of Strategy Planning Department of Industrial Bank of Korea. And next panelist is attorney from Kwang Law Firm. The next panelist is Byunghee, Youth Ambassador of the 15th Youth Savers. And the third panelist was Seol Tongkeun, attorney at law from E&Co. Now I'd like to invite the first panelist for a speech. First one is Ranhee.
Good morning. My name is Ranhee from Impacton. I'm only given 5 minutes, so let me hurry. Now, when it comes to taxonomy, taxonomy itself started at the EU, and the researcher from PRI has talked about this, and this was to activate sustainable financing. It was a part of the action plan. So we wanted to move the capital towards greening. However, this idea and concept came to Korea, and especially we have that major question whether nuclear and gas should be included or not. And some people mistakenly think that maybe this is to just promote industries, and are we really trying to protect the environment? So there is some confusion there. So I think that is the current situation. So I find that very unfortunate. And at the EU, they had to include natural gas and also nuclear power. There were some political reasons, and they added that in just as a bridging effort. However, recently we had a change in administration, and there's a lot of controversy about nuclear power. Now, SMR and all these recent issues, of course, we have to acknowledge them. But when it comes to nuclear power, if we want to include this, then at least the high-level radioactive waste has to be specifically mentioned by the government. Now, in the EU and France, there are many visible and tangible results and statements. However, in Korea, regarding this, we don't really have a detailed standard or criteria regarding this. And actually, about 10 years ago, I saw high-level nuclear waste piled up in Gyeongju. And if we focus too much on economic development, then this is building a luxurious apartment without bathrooms. And when it comes to sustainability, we need to meet the needs of the current generation, but we cannot deprive the needs of future generation in the process. And so we really have to think hard about whether our approach is appropriate or not. Also, we have to think about the actual impact on the industry, and the NSCI has done some research on this. And in the EU, this ESG fund actually had an impact only about 14 companies. And the impact of K-Taxonomy may be minimal in Korea. So there are many controversies. And I find this very unfortunate. And we had the administration change, and the signal given by the government is actually being reduced regarding renewables. And when it comes to RE100, well, many people want to join in, but the situation is very difficult for the Korean firms in order to make that transition towards renewables. And last year, I met with 16 experts working in the renewables energy area. And in terms of renewable, well, it is a distributed system, and the local autonomous governments and the central government will have to work on the uncertainties when it comes to the central grid and providing electricity to the local residents. And so perhaps the signal given by the government has too much of an emphasis on nuclear, and renewables is being put on the back burner. And there is also some legal risks involved, because some parties are saying that they will raise issues with the courts. Now, in conclusion, well, we had the EU taxonomy, and we have to think about why we have K taxonomy. So we have the guideline for issuing green funds, and we can use that. But on top of that, now we have K-taxonomy. And in many cases, it is rather clear whether something is green or not, whether something is eligible for green bonds issuance or not. So what are we trying to do with this additional K-taxonomy? And to be honest, this is very difficult. And some firm had to work 8 hours and studied K-taxonomy with consultants because it was so difficult to understand. So maybe it would have been better if we did a detailed analysis of EU taxonomy, and maybe that should have been explained to the Korean firms rather than coming up with K-taxonomy. So these are my thoughts. Thank you.
예, 박란희 대표님.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Park. And yes, I often look at your video clips. And I think these chairs and desks are very uncomfortable. So please feel free to sit comfortably. And today, what is important is the relationship between taxonomy and the finance sector. And that is why we have Mr. Insik from IBK.
예,
Well, great to see you all. First, I'd like to make a comment on the two presentations and then introduce myself briefly during the 5 minutes given to me. So PRI explained us the EU taxonomy, and I believe that the EU taxonomy will be the starting point of innovating the finance toward our journey toward decarbonization of our economy. I also agree to that message. And not just the EU taxonomy, alignment between taxonomies across the globe is really crucial to increase its impact and the definition of the sustainable activities, indicators, and assessment criteria. They have to be all aligned across the globe. I also agree to that point. So EU has its own taxonomy, and we also have our own version of taxonomy. And if you look at the ISO, the ISO has come up with its own taxonomy, ISO 14030-3. So there are a list of activities in those taxonomies, and each taxonomy has slightly different assessment criteria. So nuclear power is not just one issue when it comes to this green economy and green finance. Based on this criteria, we assess the economic activities and make a loan and do other investment activities. So we need to integrate these two separate loan assessment criteria in the processes. We have to also align our loan extension process and the criteria to invest in companies abroad. So we have to extend the scope of our discussion from nuclear power to include all these alignment issues. And I believe that the EU taxonomy is working well within the EU context. After EU taxonomy was developed more fully, now EU companies and investors are now obligated to produce disclosure based on EU taxonomy and consider the EU taxonomy-based disclosure for their investment decisions. But to do that, they need to have data based on green taxonomy because they have this standard to include EU taxonomy-based assessments into their investment decisions and disclosures. Because they have legislation that enables to do that, the EU investors and companies are enabled to be compliant with the EU taxonomy. This the CSRD, CSID, is helping them to do that. CSRD Now, according to CSRD, then the financial entities can require the companies to submit the taxonomy-related information, and the companies are obligated to do that. But this is not the case in Korea. Even though we make efforts for a green transition as investor, when we require the taxonomy-related data to our companies to make more green investment decisions, Korean companies are not obligated to make a disclosure based on K-Taxonomy. So that is one big room for improvement. When I actually asked the companies to submit the taxonomy-related data, they refused to do so. That is what actually happened in the Korean financial market. Even though we have taxonomy of our own, this taxonomy is not helping us greatly to expedite our pathway toward green transition. So we need to make some improvements in this area. Some people are overly concerned about this, but we are making a progress, excluding this part, and we are following the global standards. And since we are trying to be aligned with more global standards, I think this obligation part will soon follow. Now, I have used most of my given time, so let me be more brief and introduce our activity. And before that, I want to make a comment about K-Taxonomy further. I want to praise the Korean government's commitment toward K-Taxonomy. This is very encouraging. However, businesses, industries, and the financial entities, with these actors, the government had communicated for about 3 years. And based on that, it came up with policies for transition. Even though we have not reached the decarbonization fully yet, we need to have some bridge technologies for a transition. And LNG has been included as bridge technology. I'm not taking issue with this, but I want to focus on the part related to SMEs. SMEs, for the time being, when they want to participate in this decarbonization journey, it is very difficult and challenging for them to come up with their own decarbonization technologies. They just replace their energy-heavy machinery with more energy-efficient ones. And that is the only option they can choose. And that is why such activity has been included in the K-Taxonomy. But the timeline is quite tight. It is only by 2030. SMEs would have a harder time to achieve net zero. So the government should be more lenient toward the SMEs, and they should give more time to SMEs. Right now, there is this climate response fund operated by the Ministry of Finance, and it exceeds 23 trillion won. And some of the money should be spent for SMEs, and SMEs should have more favorable conditions when they receive a loan from financial entities to increase their own participation, to encourage more SMEs into this green initiative. We should provide more favorable conditions and benefits toward SMEs. That is my recommendation on behalf of our institute. Well, thank you so much. Taxonomy has some controversial elements. Now we are joined by the legal expert, the attorney at law from Gwangjang.
Good morning. In my case, I will have to give a negative opinion regarding taxonomy. And so, of course, there are many advocates, and I will be on the other side. And actually, when I heard the term taxonomy in English for the first time, I thought it was related to tax and economy. I thought it was a coined term of tax and economy because I saw the tax TAX in the term. And then I learned it was a classification. And I wondered, why do we need some sort of classification system for green technology? Now, we have ESG, and recently it is a buzzword. We're working towards ESG, and it includes many issues. And of course, this is being emphasized because we see greenwashing. And companies are seeking profit, and they are disguising profit grabbing into something green, and that's called greenwashing. And the Ministry of Environment has announced the 6 principles under the K-Taxonomy. And so there has to be mitigation of climate change, adaptation of climate change, and we also have to work on pollution prevention and so forth. Now, I have been an attorney in the environment area for over 20 years, and I don't think we have a human being or an entity that can make all these goals come true all at the same time. Because on your way here, you took the bullet train, you drank bottled water, and so forth. And they were all necessary activities, but these activities were not really environmentally friendly. And especially with transition to wind energy and solar energy, well, these facilities are in the forest or in remote areas. So can we truly be environmentally friendly? And as for taxonomy, maybe we are providing a license to officially engage in greenwashing. So I have a rather negative view about taxonomy. So if things do not go well, if taxonomy is not utilized well, then things can go very wrong. And there are many different controversies. One is nuclear power. It was not included in the past, but just in a period of just a few months, the decision was made to include that. And so even if we have principles and standards, well, the principles and standards are established by human beings. And it is actually human judgment when it comes to deciding whether something should be included or not. So we create green funds. And the green fund should be used to do something useful for the environment. However, if you think about ESG, that should not be profit-seeking. It should be activities that is good for society and for the environment, even if they do not make money from that activity. So that's the concept of ESG. It's non-financial. But what about investments? Now, let's say we created a green fund of 1 trillion. And will the investors say that if we use the 1 trillion to do something for the government, we don't care about profits or returns? That is not true. If we use up the 1 trillion won just to protect the environment and there are no products, will the investors be happy? I don't think so. And so investments have to be made so that there is a return on the investment. And so, having said all that, would we be able to seek these 6 environmental goals, and at the same time, can we still make money? I'm very doubtful. Having said that, however, I believe that our major goal is protecting the environment, and not just to make money. And so I agree with the idea. It is a great idea. However, if we do not operate the system in a correct way, then actually taxonomy can provide a license to legally engage in greenwashing. Yes, thank you very much. So a license to greenwash. Yes, that was a very critical view. Thank you.
지금까지 세 분의
So we've had our three panelists speak, and the one common element in their speeches is greenwashing. And now we'd like to hear from one person from the young generation. Kim Byunghee, Youth Ambassador of the 15th Youth Savers, will give us his speech. Well, it is an honor for me to be part of this panel discussion. My major is public administration. So as a person majored in public administration, I'd like to make a comment on the green taxonomy policy. And I believe that the green taxonomy is the crucial element, and it is the result of incorporating this ESG into the public administration policies. So green taxonomy will make a great contribution toward achieving the ESG initiatives. ESG initiative is different from just the socially responsible activities. It is not just about the concept, it encourages the economic actors to engage in the environment-friendly activities. Green taxonomy is just the one classification system, but it encourages the behavior changing of economic actors so that we can be closer to the green economy. So it is one very important part in ESG initiatives, and the EU is at the forefront of this. And Korea is also developing its own taxonomy, and I believe that the EU taxonomy is leading a new paradigm in this ESG initiatives. But to reach net zero, there are one or two limitations in the current taxonomies. The first one is that the current taxonomy is not incorporating or reflecting the gap between the big companies and the small companies, and or the countries with large budget and the countries that do not have enough money. And those who have less money or the less finance are the ones struggling and are the ones emitting more pollutions. So we have to incorporate this gap into the taxonomy. And the second is that it has to encourage more the greenhouse emitting industries, the greenhouse heavy industries. They have to be also transitioned into the environment friendly ones, and this transition should be facilitated by a green taxonomy. These two issues should be addressed first, and these are coming from the dichotomy of this green taxonomy. Green taxonomy only sees activities as green or not, and this black or white approach is not encouraging businesses or countries to be more environmentally friendly. So it has to be more detailed, and it has to be more nuanced to increase participation and involvement. Now, EU has included nuclear power and LNG into EU taxonomy, but there's still a lot of controversy regarding this, and I think this controversy is also coming from this black or white approach. If taxonomy wants to be more effective, then this transitional period and the requirements of this transitional period has to be included in the taxonomy, and to make this possible, taxonomy should be more detailed and be divided into more subsets. So it has to classify and define more of the activities in the gray area. And I think that such activities are appearing more recently. Chase of green, that is the term. And this chase of green activities have to be also defined as green activities. The sustainable activities and transitional activities have to be more defined in details, and the negative approach should be adopted so that they can indirectly define the activities for transitional period. and the activities that have significant harm, significantly harmful activities. If businesses involved in such activities, they are excluded from these transitional activities. And no significant impact activities are also excluded from transitional activities. And those activities who do not fall into these two categories should be included and classified as transitional activities. Even transitional activities means even though they are not green activities at present, they have the potential to be included in the green activities after going through some transitional period. And we have to borrow its negative approach when defining these gray activities like EU taxonomy. That's my thought. Thank you so much. Yes, saving the earth. ESG and taxonomy, they are our efforts to save the earth and how we keep our planet clean for the next generations. There is a group in the US which exposed the child forced labor in Nike, and because of that, Nike has been discouraged from illegal or the wrong practices. And I think that the youth savers are also doing such socially beneficial activities, and it will become the representative group that will make our planet cleaner. Thank you so much for your comment and participation. Now I'd like to open the floor for a Q&A session. Since we don't have enough time, I'd like to receive only a few questions. If you raise your hand, we will give you a microphone. And if you have any questions to Mr. Vandermosten, then we will just relay the questions after the session is over. Now I'd like to open the floor for a Q&A session. If you have any questions, please raise your hand.
마이크
Yes, there is a question. Please deliver a microphone to him.
질문은 요지만 짧게.
Yes, please try to be brief. Yes, I have one short question. First of all, I listened to the 4 discussants. Thank you. And in my case, well, I would like to propose a very extreme case just for discussion purposes. Now, taxonomy is a means to achieve carbon neutrality, and it was proposed by the government. But if that happens, I think that could be rather dangerous. And the presenters, one of the discussants, has said there is a danger of it becoming a license for greenwashing. And also, we have tools that can be used for investors in making their decisions, and actually it could hurt the transparency and credibility. And also, I think we have to be aligned with foreign taxonomies as well. So I think the first point that I made is more important than the second. And I am curious as to why you brought up policy, because that could bring about more contamination. And the guidelines are important because when it comes to investments, we're trying to gear towards green investments. And from the perspective of corporations, risk management is important. And there has to be harmony between the actions of the investors and the companies. And so if we have too many cushion provisions, then it will not really work well. So if I try to summarize, I believe that in the case of taxonomy, well, as Ms. Ranhee has said, we already have the taxonomy in EU, so I really don't understand why we need K-Taxonomy. If we must have it, then It should be science-based. It should be a tool that enhances transparency, and it should stay at that. But that's my personal opinion. Thank you. Yes, I see. Would someone like to respond to that? Yes, thank you very much for that opinion. First of all, before I came here, well, we had the initial draft on including nuclear power. And regarding that issue, we are preparing a public hearing with the Ministry of Environment, and that is slated for October. So at that time, you will be given an opportunity to put forth your views, and we will be doing opinion gathering for about a week at that time. And yes, we will continue to listen to what people have to say and try to reflect that in our policies. Yes, thank you very much.
우리 설동 변호사님께
Now we have a question received online to our Seol Dong-hoon. Is there any criteria for illegal punishment about the corporation's greenwashing activities? Well, in Korea, regarding ESG, environmental related information has to be disclosed by big businesses that meet certain conditions. And this Environment Technology Environment Industry Support Act, well, this act is called Environment Support Act, and according to this act, if there is exaggeration and the wrong information, especially about environmental activities, those activities are subjected to the criminal punishment. So this can be a ground provision. So if businesses, when they do advertisement, they cannot use the eco-friendly word without any backing or without any supporting evidence. So they cannot engage themselves in the greenwashing activities because of this provision in the Environment Support Act. Well, thank you so much for your response. And for the next person who want to ask a question, please keep to the 1 minute time limit. Do not ask questions that goes over 1 minute time limit because we are left with just 4 minutes before closing this session.
네, 감사.
Yes, thank you very much. So I have a brief question as well. Now, when it comes to K-Taxonomy, what we have to watch out most is what is common with the EU taxonomy. And also, we have to think about the different environment and condition in Korea. And so these differences have been reflected in K-Taxonomy, so we have to bear that in mind. Also, we are going towards carbon neutrality. And something is quite interesting here. Other countries make that distinction, scope 1, 2, and 3. However, in Korea, we are combining scope 1 and 2 together. So I wonder why. Why are Korean firms doing that? And secondly, I think we have to be clear about which part is covered by K-Taxonomy. Yes, Mr. Kim Nam-gyun, can you address that? Yes, thank you very much for those questions. Now, we have the EU, and they have that distinction of scope 1, 2, and 3. Now, in Korea, when it comes to K-Taxonomy, well, we have scope 1 and 2, and scope 3 will be included only after 2025. And this is the entire process evaluation. And assessment and evaluation is rather inconsistent and not really established in Korea. And that is why we have a grace period. And Scope 3 will be included later on. That's the current guideline. Now, as for alignment with other countries, of course, basically, we will refer to EU taxonomy. And as for others, well, we are considering the Korean situation. And of course, Korea is very strong in terms of manufacturing. And that was taken into consideration when it came up with K-Taxonomy. Now, when it comes to standards and criteria, they tend to change. And our guidelines will be revised every 3 years. And every time we make that revision, we will reflect any changes in the environment, any changes in our industry, and so forth. And K-Taxonomy has been announced, but it's not set in stone. This is not the right answer. And it will be a living and changing document. Of course, top priority would be the sixth task to improve the environment, and that will be key. Yes, thank you very much. If there are no further questions, we have now reached closing time, so I would like to wrap up. I believe that today's forum was very timely because K-Taxonomy was announced at the end of last year, and it is up for revision in 1 year. And the biggest revision or change was to include nuclear power. And major part of this would be the high-level radioactive waste. And some future technology that is needed will be developed in 3031, and that will be reflected at that time. And in year 2003, I am not sure if you remember the incident in Puan. And at that time, 45 people were arrested. And we had the police, we had residents, and many people suffered harm, physical harm and injury. And it was a low-level radioactive waste facility, but at that time, even though it was low-level waste, there was huge opposition by the local community. And in Canada, it took more than 3 decades to reach agreement. And in some cases, they have required 5 decades. And currently, we are just accumulating the high-level radioactive waste, and we really must reach a national consensus as soon as possible. And we must deal with this issue as soon as possible. However, we have the not in my backyard sentiment. But this is a burning issue. This issue requires immediate attention, and we must build the underground bunkers to store the radioactive waste. So unless we deal with this issue immediately, we will run into bigger problems in the future. So regarding these very important issues, I hope that all of you will remain interested. And I have a question to Mr. Jan Vandermosten.
원칙
The UNPRI is the starting point of ESG investment. But it lays out 6 investment principles. And I am just wondering whether the six investment principles of the EU taxonomy is somewhat in conflict with some of the principles promised by EU taxonomy. So there are some contentious points in the EU taxonomy, and I'd like to want to know more about that. Now, we'd like to close the session. Many people keep talking about ESG and ESG is a buzzword, but to achieve ESG in our daily activities, we need participation from every actor in our economy, including citizens and the people who are in this hall. The government has started this ESG initiative with the K-Taxonomy, and now the civil society is increasingly participating in this drive. So I'd like to ask more of your participation in our efforts for ESG initiative. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the speakers and the panelists of this session, including the MC. Thank you so much for your patience, attention, and participation. Thank you so much. We'd like to close this morning session, Taxonomy for Sustainable and Responsible Investment. The afternoon session, Scaling Up Carbon Market under the completion of the Article 6 rulebook of the Paris Agreement, will start at 3 o'clock. I'd like to ask for your interest and participation in the afternoon session as well. Thank you so much.
네, 지금부터 대통령 직속
Now I'd like to start the afternoon session of the third GENIE Forum hosted by National Pension Service, Jeonju Metropolitan Government, and the North Jeolla Province, and the Presidential Committee, Balanced Development Committee. The topic of this afternoon session is scaling up carbon market under the completion of the Article 6 rulebook of the Paris Agreement. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shin Ye-ji, and I'm working at the Climate Change Center and the Policy Research Team. The third GENIE Forum has been organized to build the economic partnership network across the globe to connect the economic finance, job creation, and future response. And we are broadcasting this afternoon session via YouTube channel named Climatus College. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the participants. This Climate Environment Seminar is divided into morning session and afternoon session. In the morning session, we talked about the taxonomy for sustainable and responsible investments. Now in the afternoon session, we'll talk about scaling up carbon markets under the completion of the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Paris Agreement has been adopted
하는 기후행동 비용이 다르기 때문에 자발적으로
in the Glasgow of the UK in the COP26 meeting. The Article 6 of the Paris Agreement has been adopted, and this agreement has been serving as the base work for the market mechanism to reduce greenhouse gas reductions. And we'd like to invite the Choi Jae-chul from the Climate Change Center to have an opening address. Director Choi Jae-chul from 2014 to 2016 has been chief negotiator for the Paris Agreement of Korea. Now I'd like to invite Ambassador Choi Jae-chul for an opening speech. So great to see you all. My name is Choi Jae-chul, and I'm the co-representative of the Climate Change Center. Our center has been working to alert people to the severity of climate change and develop response to the coming climate crisis since its foundation in 2008. It is a non-profit organization. Up until now, the Climate Change Center has operated Climatus College, Youth Saver Program for future generations, along with the Climate Change Leadership Academy for mid-level managers, and climate policy seminars on CDM and RE100, in addition to greenhouse gas reduction programs for emerging economies. So there have been various activities organized by our Climate Change Center. The Korean government announced 2030 national greenhouse gas reduction targets in 2015, while it was engaging in the Paris Agreement negotiation. In 2021, the government included how it would utilize the global carbon markets and announced the 2050 net zero targets while raising a 2030 NDC, expanding international cooperation to meet the NDC target. Now, NDC has become more crucial to Korea. To meet the raised 2030 NDC target, Korea has to reduce emissions by 4.17% every year. This is way higher than 1.97% of the EU, 2.81% of the US, and 3.56% of Japan. In this regard, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which encourages voluntary cooperation between countries to fulfill the NDC obligation, is becoming ever more important. Our center has organized various events to enhance understanding of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and today's conference is in line with this effort. The Climate Environment Seminar under the third GENIE Forum has therefore organized the afternoon session under the topic of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We are joined by many people online and offline. Thank you for being with us. My gratitude also goes to the keynote speaker, Jo Tyndall, Environment Director of the OECD. Director Tyndall was co-chair to APA's Special Working Group for the follow-up measures of the Paris Agreement. He's an excellent negotiator who contributed greatly to producing the Katowice package, which includes the implementation principles of the Paris Agreement announced at COP24 in 2018. Session 2 is also joined by 3 excellent speakers and 4 panelists. These are the people who have strong expertise in ETS and VCM. It is an honor to be joined by such great experts who would discuss NDC implementation under the Paris Agreement and laws of the carbon market in achieving net zero. Once again, I'd like to express gratitude to all of the people who made this conference possible. I believe today's presentations and discussion offered by experts home and abroad would enhance our understanding on Paris Agreement Article 6 and encourage the government, businesses, and the civil society to join forces together to take up global cooperation projects for greenhouse gas reduction. Thank you so much.
네, 최재철 대표님.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Che, for those remarks. And so we have Ms. Jo Tyndall, who has been appointed as Environment Director of OECD early this month, and we will see a video on the topic of global countries and companies' net zero commitments and emissions trading market. She could not come here in person because of the pandemic, and if you have any questions, please leave them as a reply on YouTube, and we will deliver the questions to the speaker. So let's now view the video.
Distinguished participants. Dear colleagues, after a season of record-breaking temperatures, droughts, wildfires, and floods causing devastation across the globe, the need to rapidly scale up finance and investment to support a low-emission and climate-resilient transition could not be more apparent. The clock is ticking, and ticking fast. Limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial times requires global greenhouse gas emissions to peak before 2025 at the latest. That is in less than 3 years. Getting the world on track to meet net zero emissions by mid-century requires a more than 3-fold increase in global clean energy investments. Needs to reach $4.6 trillion annually by 2030, with the largest gaps in finance for emerging and developing countries. And though we're also seeing a rapid increase in net zero pledges by countries, by financial institutions, corporations, and other actors, there are important differences in the ambition level and coverage of net zero targets. Significant gaps remain between financial actors' commitments and the actual emissions of their portfolios. With net zero pledges proliferating, a key challenge we must address is the risk of greenwashing. To avoid it, we must strengthen the comparability of climate and transition finance approaches and make sure that environmental ratings are consistent with climate policy objectives. To achieve this, better quality data and reporting is needed to assess the progress of companies' net zero and sustainability commitments. This will help ensure that net zero pledges translate into real economy impacts in terms of portfolio reallocation. To support these efforts, the OECD will soon release the OECD Guidance on Transition Finance. It builds on existing approaches and proposes to anchor climate transition finance in real economy transition plans. To help promote the development and assessment of such plans by market actors and the development of relevant policy frameworks by policymakers and regulators, the guidance presents key elements of credible corporate transition plans. Now, the public sector also has a vital role. Governments should provide leadership to steer finance towards productive uses and use public funds to help de-risk climate-related investments and crowd in private finance. The energy sector in particular accounts for 70% of global emissions and will require the lion's share of investment. Clean energy financing needs are immense. Investment in clean energy in emerging and developing economies will need to increase from around $150 billion a year, as it was in 2019, to over $1 trillion a year by the end of the decade. While closing this gap requires a mobilisation of finance from all sources, public, private, domestic and international, we need to use public finance much more effectively to crowd in private investment. The use of blended finance will be critical to financing the clean energy transition. But so far, our analysis shows that development finance is failing to effectively crowd in private capital towards climate action. In 2020, $83.3 billion worth of climate finance from developed countries only mobilised $13.1 billion in private finance. We need to do much better. The recently released OECD Blended Finance Guidance for Clean Energy provides some key recommendations. First, blended finance interventions need to be tailored to project, sector, and country-specific risks, and need to be deployed as part of a wider suite of enabling measures. Second, strengthening coordination, governance, and institutional arrangements will be critical to optimising its effectiveness. Financial policy and regulatory frameworks need to be updated to reflect the climate and wider environmental objectives. Third, governments need to give investors a clear view on which investments are or are not aligned with the Paris goals. The OECD will continue to help governments and the private sector accelerate action in fighting climate change and achieving the global clean energy transition. I wish you all an insightful and inspiring conference. Thank you. Distinguished
네, 대한민국이
Well, just a month ago, our country has been also inundated. That's because of the erratic climate patterns, which is becoming new normal. And our national infrastructure projects was put on hold because of this erratic water patterns. Now is the time for the government to work with the private sector to be more proactive in climate financing and investment. Now I'd like to move on to the next presentation. Next presentation will be delivered by Son-Eun-Sun, Senior Research Fellow from the Korea Capital Market Institute. The topic is climate finance and emission trading market. I'd like to invite researcher Son-Eun-Sun to the podium.
안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Son-Eun-Sun, and I'm a doctor from the Korean Capital Market Institute. I'm studying the financial market, dealing with various issues regarding the capital market. As you well know, the primary issue nowadays is climate financing. That is also the topic of my presentation, not just in the capital market. And personally, this is also the area of interest. Today, I'd like to talk about the climate financing and emissions trading market. So when I look at the topic, there is this word like the financing innovation, and I think there are so many issues concerning climate financing. If we look at the video by Jo Tinda, there were so many issues regarding this climate financing, and in my presentation today will be focusing on emissions trading market. Emissions trading market is crucial for climate finance. Whenever we talk about this broader story called climate finance, emission trading market is really important, and therefore emission trading market needs to be organized and streamlined to facilitate the development of climate finance. So the topic, once again, is climate financing and ETS market. Climate financing has a long history. Whenever we recognized the importance of this climate change and climate financing, we have to talk about the Paris Agreement. the Paris Agreement officially used the word climate financing in its written documents. If you look at the Paris Agreement, climate financing is mentioned several times. The objective of Paris Agreement is driving collective response toward the climate change. So it states to what extent the global temperature should be lowered and other things. But to reach this goal, finance should be used as a tool to facilitate adaptation and mitigation, and the finance market should be organized that is aligned with the objective of the Paris Agreement. It is stated in the Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, which states the objective of the agreement itself. Before the Paris Agreement, the important global governance is Kyoto Protocol. And I looked at the Kyoto Protocol to find out the word finance, and the word finance was just mentioned once in the Kyoto Protocol, and even that was not in a very important context. So that was in 1997, and the Paris Agreement was signed in 2015. So during the 18 years, the world's recognition toward climate change has been enhanced so much. Then what is the climate finance? There are other words like the sustainable financing, green financing, climate financing, low carbon finance. And the EU has done a great job in organizing all these words, and climate financing is the word favored by the EU, and it covers the two concepts like the mitigation finance and adaptation of finance. Just beyond carbon, there are so many issues regarding the environment. If you want to include those concepts, then the green financing is used, and beyond green finance, sustainable finance is used. And climate finance is just a subset of the sustainable finance. The boundary is being blurred, but these words are conceptually divided according to the UN. As of 2020, there is little aggregation of statistics because the EU and the CPI are doing their jobs separately. And according to CPI, there is about $600 billion in climate financing. And the public and private sector are just doing half and half. And if you look at the private sector, then corporations, these businesses are doing the finance. They are accounting for about 20%. And financial institutes are also a very active actor, but the institutional investors, they are the ones who allocate assets in the capital market, but they are not so active in this market. They are just investing just $4 billion. So the private market for this climate financing has still a long way to go. So financial entities are not so very active in the private market for climate financing, which shows that they are not reaping so much profit out of this climate financing just as yet. And not just the product design and service design. There is very low awareness about the climate financing in the private market. To raise this awareness, we have to enhance profitability of the investment projects. And to do that, the government should work together with the private sector so that private sector can be involved in the market making process. So there's still a huge gap in this market. And as our Climate Change Center chair has mentioned, there's so much uncertainty. By 2030, about the 3 trillion or 4 trillion dollars would be necessary, and then after that, the $5 trillion would be needed, and about $127 trillion would be needed by 2050. But that was the number mentioned by the UN. This shows that the market is full of uncertainties, and uncertainties that come from carbon price. Every year, we emit 59 billion tons of greenhouse gases every year, but it has to be zero to achieve carbon neutrality. So the quantity is fixed. It has been already decided, and we can reduce this through carbon pricing. Since the projection of carbon pricing is full of uncertainties, so it is very hard for us to estimate the total market size and how much investment or how much capital would be needed to meet the objective. Instead of climate finance, we also use the term carbon finance often, but it has still a narrower meaning compared to climate finance. But carbon finance is also playing a very important role. Carbon has become an asset these days. Before the regulation, carbon, it was just a public goods. It was like air. But after NDC was introduced, reduction targets have been defined. And now the players are required to reduce their emissions after the regulation has been introduced. Because of that, the carbon reduction has become assets. And to trade these assets, there is a market which we call the carbon market. Then what kind of role does this carbon market play? They do valuation, and valuation is a very important part. Whenever we do climate-related projects and whenever we decide whether or not extend a loan, we need to look at the economic viability, economics of each project. And the ultimate measure of the economic viability is that how much carbon reduction can be made through this project and how much profitability can be derived from that reduction. Deciding the monetary value is done by the capital market, by the carbon market. So carbon market plays the role of valuation. And based on this, the vision for climate financing can be achieved. And if there is a market and there is a valuation, then how to recover and how to create profit from the project would be decided. So the topic of today's afternoon session is Article 6. So we have to look at this carbon market based on the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And the ETS compliance market is already existent in the Korea. And since Article 6 talks about international cooperation, we have to talk about how we link the ETS market of Korea with those of other countries. So there are valuations made by the compulsory market and the voluntary market. The usage value and the flexibility will be a determinant factor to decide the price of these carbon credits in the compulsory and voluntary markets. I think that the speakers after me would talk about VCM. So let me just focus on the compulsory or regulated ETS market of Korea. It covers 73% of the total ETS traded in Korea. So the ETS market, the valuation in the ETS market, price efficiency, these two have to be guaranteed to result in the development of a voluntary market, because this ETS market, the compulsory market, is a reference market for a voluntary market that would soon follow. Right now, the ETS market of Korea is in its phase 3. The heavy emitters, they are on the demand side, and the government gives allowances lower than their BAU, and those companies have to reduce their carbon emissions based on the gap against the BAU. And if their reduction goes beyond the BAU, then they can sell the ETS in this market. And if their reduction is not enough, then they have to purchase credits on this ETS market. So it has been a few years since the establishment of this ETS market. So it was founded in 2015 before the Paris Agreement, so it is based on the Kyoto Protocol. So this was just a market for market's sake, for the businesses, but the Paris Agreement has changed the rules because we have to reach net zero by 2050. Right now, 680 million tons. That had to be reduced, and then we have to reach net zero by 2050. That is why we have the national NDC plan and this linear reduction rate. And those who should stand at the forefront of this are businesses, because they cover 76% of the emissions. So they have to reduce their emissions by following the linear reduction rate. Without that, it is impossible to reach net zero by the target year. So far, Korea was not so successful, but if we look at the successful examples of the overseas countries, they are following this linear reduction pathway very faithfully. So they are cutting back on their emissions very well. So we have to change our reduction pathway based on the European models, and it has to start right away. So this is our reduction pathway, the total emissions, and then we have to follow this reduction pathway. And the businesses, companies have to follow this reduction pathway. This is very imperative. And if businesses can follow the reduction pathway, this is the current trajectory. But businesses have these allowances like this hump. It has to be corrected. This hump should be gone. And for NDC or net zero, we have to increase our reductions. And what kind of impact this will have on the ETS market? Our ETS market is not fully established. We don't have many participants. If they have ETS, they just put those ETSs in their reserves. They do not trade ETSs in the market. If the reduction rate increases, then the demand would increase in the market and the supply would be in short. And this would disrupt the relationship between demand and supply. And we cannot just regress on our reduction targets. This would increase disruptions to supply and the demand will be in excess. Then we have to improve our policy framework regarding its supply. then we have to include the voluntary reduction market as one element in this policy package. This is the case of Europe. European countries, the linear reduction rate was 1%, and then it increased to 2% and 4%. The resistance, business would show strong resistance if they increase the reduction rate. But right now, if you look at the European market, businesses are doing very well in reducing their emissions, and now the ETS market is in oversupply. That is because of the huge reduction made by the energy generation sector. So right now the market is in oversupply. So the European ETS market is solving this gap through MSR, Market Stability Reserve. The government is adjusting the supply through MSR. If there is disruption in the market in Korea, we adjust the price rather than using MSR. But European countries, they do not use price control. They adjust the volume in the market, the supply volume in the market. So the external reduction can be linked with the ETS market because they adjust the supply volume. So these are practices of the European countries. So after we do some reduction, and we have to encourage businesses to voluntarily reduce their emissions through the auctioned allowances or free allowances. When I try to estimate the size of the climate finance, and if there is an increase of auctioned allowances, then businesses would be heavily burdened. The burden is too much. Tesla is earning so much money even though the market is small. It is because they have this market to trade the free allowance. And it would be meaningful that if we can change this free allowance into the BM model. And we have to provide more incentives, both internally and so that the businesses would be involved in the reduction activities, both internally and externally. We need to give more support to businesses and SMEs, and if businesses are engaged in the RE100 or other climate change initiatives, then we have to provide more support and benefits to these businesses. So the mechanism itself has to be redesigned to give more support to businesses. And there should be a constant monitoring to see the performances of these businesses in terms of creating creating credits. And about the external reduction, whenever there is short supply, this external reduction should be reflected more in a more flexible manner to address this supply issue. So our market is always in short supply, and the trade itself is not so active in the Korean ETS market. And to facilitate trade, price should be appropriately set, and there should be more participants who supply credits, and the indirect investment like ETF should be made so that we can include even retail investors in this market. And we believe that this low volume of trade is because we have just the spot market. But to reduce volatility risk, we also need futures market. Businesses make the trade decisions, and the trade decisions should be more predictable and stable. They can be only possible if we have the futures market. If we have just the spot market only, the volatility risk is too high to invite more businesses. And then our market stability measures should more focus on the volume adjustment rather than just the price regulation. And there should be more collaboration and partnerships between the exchanges so that we can facilitate more activities in the ETS market. Thank you so much.
의무 준수형 규제
Yes, he talked about how we should activate the climate financing to have more transaction activities in the ETS market.
민간 주도
Recently, private sector-led voluntary carbon market is becoming more important. So from VCMI, we have Executive Director Mark Kenber, and he will give the second presentation on new opportunities in the global carbon market, strengthening the voluntary carbon market.
Opportunity to address the GENIE Forum today. I'm honored to be with you. My name is Mark Kember, and I'm Executive Director of the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative. And I'm going to talk to you today about how we can strengthen the voluntary carbon market so it reaches its full potential to drive real and additional emissions reductions and climate finance. The starting point for this is the growth in corporate claims and climate activity over the last few years. This has been almost exponential. Over half of Fortune 500 companies in the United States have now set climate or energy-related commitments and targets, even though there is not yet regulation or policy requiring them to do so. Internationally, over a third of companies in the Fortune Global 500 have delivered significant emissions reductions or shifts in their energy use, or are committed to do so within this decade. Many of those have done so through signing up to the Science Based Targets Initiative, probably the world's leading way of setting targets for companies between now and mid-century, so they're on a pathway that is aligned with what the science requires in terms of reducing and removing emissions, so that we achieve the net zero target set out by the Paris Agreement. 5,000 of these companies, 5,000 of the 10,000 largest companies in the world, are now part of the United Nations Race to Zero campaign, which requires them to both set targets like those set by SBTi and invest in beyond value chain mitigation and other actions that support our mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Alongside this, 1,000 companies have now signed up to the Business for Nature call, looking to increase investment in protection of our natural environment, including tropical forests and marine and other important and fragile ecosystems. These claims often involve both within value chain decarbonisation, that's companies looking to reduce their own carbon footprints, and in investment outside their value chains, more often than not using carbon credits. And there are a whole range of claims, including carbon neutral, climate neutral, net zero, and many others, that to describe these claims. As we can see, a whole range of companies have made different sorts of commitments and claims. And while these are doubtless ambitious, because of the variety of claims and the differences in the way that they're applied, how much is done in-house, how much carbon credits are used, whether carbon credits are used as a substitute for or in addition to within value chain mitigation, and so on, means that it's confusing for the public as well as for corporates and investors. That said, companies are still making these claims for a variety of reasons. In part because in countries, even where there isn't policy and regulation, they recognize that requirements on them are likely to increase. And investing in voluntary carbon markets, as well as other actions, can prepare themselves for future policy and also help drive down the cost of the removals that will inevitably be needed to reduce unabatable emissions. Companies are also aware that a growing segment of the consumer market is interested in supporting or buying products that are seen to be good or at least not so bad for the climate. And that includes both individuals and corporate clients. And therefore, having a climate commitment and making achievements is a good way of attracting those customers. Many customers, both corporate and government, have climate requirements within their procurement guidelines. And therefore, in order to be able to meet these requirements and achieve contracts, having climate commitments in place is often essential. We're also seeing that in a tight labour market, many potential employees, particularly millennials, the younger generation, are not only motivated by salaries, but also by purpose. And they want the companies that they work for to be at the forefront of action on climate change. And last, but by no means least, investing in climate activity, whether that's in energy efficiency, renewables, or process changes, can help drive productivity and efficiency and therefore increase profitability in often competitive markets. This growth in corporate climate commitments and activity has driven a concomitant growth in voluntary carbon markets. As the clean development mechanism faded away in the last decade, the voluntary carbon markets offers a clear, robust and secure way to invest in emissions reductions and removals outside value chains. And we've seen, particularly in the last 1 to 2 years, how the voluntary carbon market has really exploded. For example, in 2021 alone, issuances of carbon credits, each value worth 1 tonne of CO2 equivalent of reduction or removal, reached nearly 300 million tonnes. To put this in context, this represents over a quarter of all the issues history in the whole of the voluntary carbon market, spanning back the last 20 years. In parallel, retirements, the withdrawal of carbon credits from the market to meet corporate commitments have also grown and are now at their highest level ever. So the market is growing, and alongside that, we've seen a number of initiatives to support, grow, or feed off the market growing as well. And one that's worth mentioning in particular is the growth in crypto offerings, whether those be crypto carbon currencies, platforms for exchanging and trading credits, or the technology to provide transparency and other market infrastructure. Alongside the growth of issuances, we've seen a growth in prices. As demand is outstripping supply at the moment, prices for carbon credits in the voluntary carbon market grew by 60% in 2021 over the previous year, to an average of $4 from a little over $2.50 the year before. And this has meant that the value of trades on the market has exceeded $2 billion for the first time. And it's worth noting that while these prices that I mentioned appear low, prices for projects with co-benefits, that's to say projects that support biodiversity protection, that support local income generation and other social considerations, projects that restore nature or reduce pollution, generate even higher prices. For example, one initiative that I've been following in Australia, an Aboriginal carbon foundation, is selling credits for over $50 a tonne and finding buyers who are willing to pay that price. And this is not just a flash in the pan. All projections suggest that voluntary carbon markets will continue to grow. For example, McKinsey projects that the voluntary carbon market could grow 15 times by 2030, and perhaps by even a factor of 100, that would be to over 10 billion tonnes a year by 2050. With the increase in prices and increase in volumes, this could be a market that's worth upward of $50 billion a year by 2030. That's between 25 and 50 times its size currently. One other element that's worth taking into account is that while in the past renewable energy projects and other energy-related projects made up the vast bulk of carbon credit projects, now nature-based solutions, whether that be protection of existing environments, reforestation or sustainable land management, are now close to half the projects and credits that are being issued, and this is likely to only increase over the coming years as we become more and more aware of both the need to protect fragile ecosystems and the role that these ecosystems play in sequestering and storing carbon. So that looks rosy, but there are certainly risks. If companies engage with voluntary carbon markets badly, they can face significant risks. There is the risk of reputational damage. While a company may think that it's doing the right thing, if civil society organizations feel that the use of carbon credits is a substitute for real action at home or a way of delaying real action, then companies are likely to be criticized in the public domain, and their efforts may be accused of greenwashing and therefore backfire. They may also, in extreme circumstances, face litigation or be fined by governments for misleading claims. And we've seen examples recently in Germany, in the Netherlands and in Australia of companies that have been sued for making claims either about themselves or their products and services, saying things such as climate friendly or good for the climate or carbon neutral, which have been proven not to be truthful or correct. And that can again add to the reputational damage, as well as potentially leading to more tough requirements on companies and even fines. So if we want to have a voluntary carbon market that grows, that drives additional finance to developing countries in particular, and is usable in a risk-free way as possible by companies, we need to have a strong and robust market. So how do we get this right? Well, first, we need to recognize that the market will only scale, and only scale properly, if it is based on trust and integrity. Therefore, we need to put trust and integrity at the heart of voluntary carbon markets. And these high-integrity voluntary carbon markets have a number of characteristics. For example, they must drive emissions reductions removals that would not have happened otherwise. And that is both at the project level, where the activities that are being financed wouldn't happen without the carbon finance, but at the level of the market as a whole. So voluntary carbon market activity drives greenhouse gas mitigation at the global level beyond what would have happened otherwise. And in so doing, it must channel new and additional finance, particularly to developing countries, to support and enhance, that's to say improve, their nationally determined contributions. If voluntary carbon markets are seen as an excuse for delay or a substitute for national and corporate action, they will not survive. They need also to develop additional sustainable development benefits, in particular to local communities, and protect the rights of indigenous peoples, particularly relevant in tropical forest projects, and make sure that the benefits of projects are shared fairly with the communities involved in them. They must enable corporates and other non-state actors to go above and beyond what they would be doing otherwise, whether that's for compliance purposes or in line with their science-based targets. And they should also help drive innovation and capacity building so that more sectors of more countries are able to engage in emissions reductions and removal activities in the future. Given this need for trust, and many of you will have seen the accusations levelled against voluntary carbon market projects, two important international multi-stakeholder initiatives are working to build the standards and frameworks needed for high-integrity voluntary carbon markets. The first of those is the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market. This was established in late 2020 and focuses on two of the three key elements of the carbon market. First, the supply side. That's to ensure that projects and the credits that are issued from them meet the highest possible standards. And these standards are reflected in what are called the core carbon principles, a set of a dozen principles which ensure that projects are additional, are real, are permanent, and a number of other characteristics that ensure that the projects and the credits can be trusted. The ICVCM is also working on a market framework that ensures transparent, smooth and liquid markets that enable the transactions and pricing to be seen, as well as all those other characteristics to be available to the public for scrutiny. On the buy side, that's to say the demand side, is the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative. That's the program that I run. And that looks to make sure that the use of credits is as high quality as the credits themselves. The ICVCM currently has its core carbon principles and an assessment framework that will be used to judge the multiple existing standards in the market out for consultation until next week, and expects to launch its final framework by the end of this year or early next. The Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative, we launched our Provisional Claims Code of Practice in June this year and have been running road testing and consultation throughout the summer. The VCMI looks to answer two fundamental questions. When and under what circumstances should companies and other non-state actors make voluntary use of carbon credits as part of their broader commitments? And what claims can they credibly make about this use? Claims that will be understood and trusted by the public. The starting point from this is to ensure that companies follow the climate change mitigation hierarchy. That's to say, they start by avoiding, reducing and replacing emissions within their value chains. That's to say, investing in energy efficiency, renewable energy, and process and product changes, and only then use carbon credits to compensate or neutralize their remaining emissions. And to do so, we propose 4 steps to making a credible enterprise-wide claim on the journey to net zero. So these are claims that can be made any time between now and achieving net zero in the middle of this century. And there are 4 steps. First, companies should meet a series of prerequisites that represent credible climate action on climate change. That means having a greenhouse gas inventory that's independently verified, having targets for emissions reductions every 5 or 10 years between now and 2050. It means aligning policy advocacy with corporate commitments and the objectives of the Paris Agreement. Once you've met those prerequisites, you should identify the claim that you would like to make. It could be net zero or carbon neutral, and understand what the balance between internal decarbonisation, i.e. meeting science-based targets, and then purchasing high-quality carbon credits to compensate the remaining emissions. Once you've made that decarbonisation and purchased quality carbon credits, it's then vital that all of this is reported transparently. Only through transparency and making claims available to public scrutiny can claims be trusted and the voluntary carbon market grow. So, to finalise, if we believe, as I do, that a high integrity voluntary carbon market can play a valuable, perhaps essential role in enabling us to reach net zero by mid-century, it will only be able to do so if it is trusted and high integrity. And that trust and high integrity has to be in the projects that deliver the credits themselves, how they're transacted, and then how they're used and claimed by corporates and other non-state actors. If we achieve all that, and that is the aim of the 2 initiatives I've just mentioned, then we will strengthen the voluntary carbon market and as a result, strengthen global climate mitigation efforts. Thank you very much for listening.
네, 글로벌 기업들이 자발적 탄소 시장 프로젝트를 활용하면서 온실가스 배출분을 자체 상쇄하고 있듯이
Yes, thank you very much. So we saw how active the voluntary carbon market is overseas, and I hope that we have similar activities in Korea as well.
발제를
And the last presentation will be delivered by Doug Ray from Carbon Engineering. This is also a video presentation. You might be familiar with the CCUS. The Canadian company Carbon Engineering has this CCUS technology, direct air capture technology, to achieve negative emissions. Now we'd like to invite Doug Ray for a presentation to listen to the necessity of carbon market for carbon removal.
Thank you for having me here today. My name is Doug Ray. I'm the Vice President of Business Development at Carbon Engineering, a climate solutions company. Carbon Engineering is leading the commercialization of an innovative direct air capture technology that captures carbon dioxide directly from the atmosphere. Today, I'm going to share a bit about the role of carbon removal in building a net zero future. how climate solutions like direct air capture can contribute, and then the necessity of carbon markets, both regulatory and voluntary, for carbon removal. First, let's talk about the problem, starting with some history. In the pre-industrial era, carbon flowed naturally between the air, land, and oceans in a carbon cycle, keeping the Earth's climate relatively stable. Then, in the industrial era, we discovered hydrocarbons, coal, oil, and natural gas, underground, which are fantastic sources of inexpensive, instant energy. This enabled tremendous development and economic advancement. But the problem is that we produce massive amounts of carbon dioxide through combustion of those fossil fuels. And those carbon dioxide molecules are building up in our atmosphere. The excess carbon dioxide in our atmosphere is now causing rapid and dangerous changes to our climate. To explain it another way, let's look at an analogy as we talk about the climate emergency. We often hear about a climate emergency or that time is running out, but what does that really mean? Well, imagine that the atmosphere is simply a bathtub filling up with water. In this analogy, the water is all the gases, including carbon dioxide, that are being emitted into our atmosphere. The bathtub can only hold so much water before it overflows. When the CO2 in the atmosphere begins to exceed safe levels, we feel the impact of a warming planet. If a bathtub is overflowing in your home, there are two things you can do to address this. First, you can turn down the tap and reduce the amount of water flowing into the bathtub. For the atmosphere, this means widespread emissions reductions to slow and reduce the flow of carbon dioxide entering the atmosphere. Even with the tap turned down, though, the water will continue to rise. Also, turning down the tap doesn't help reduce the amount of water that's in the bathtub already. This is where permanent carbon dioxide removal comes in. Carbon dioxide removal removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere so it can be permanently and durably stored. This is equivalent to opening the drain in your bathtub. And the world needs a portfolio of carbon dioxide removal solutions. What makes direct air capture and storage interesting is that it has long-term storage and massive scalability potential, enough to be a climate-relevant solution. What is a climate-relevant solution? Let's look at some numbers. Current emissions of carbon dioxide are approximately 40 gigatons per year. That's 40 billion tons per year, 45,000 tons every hour of every day. This is a very big tap running into the bathtub. The primary path to achieving net zero is through emissions reductions. However, scientific assessments estimate that even when we do our best emissions reductions, there will be 5 to 10 gigatons of remaining emissions, unavoidable residual emissions from hard-to-abate industries such as aviation and shipping. To achieve net zero, we will need carbon dioxide removal of that 5 to 15 billion tons per year. Also, in the future, in a post-net zero world, carbon removal would allow us to begin addressing legacy emissions from the years since the Industrial Revolution as we work towards climate restoration and bringing the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere back to a safe level. Clearly, this challenge is immense. The good news is that the world is recognizing the challenge, and we are not alone in our mission to build a net zero future. Thousands of companies and nearly 150 countries have committed to net zero in the last few years. Now, let's discuss how carbon engineering fits in. Carbon engineering's direct air capture technology provides solutions for both emissions reduction and carbon dioxide removal. Our direct air capture technology is designed to capture carbon dioxide from atmospheric air and produce a pure carbon dioxide stream. This pure carbon dioxide stream can be compressed into a supercritical liquid state and safely stored deep underground. The carbon dioxide is stored in geologic formations similar to the formations that have stored oil and gas for the millions of years it took for that oil and gas to form. Alternatively, to support emissions reduction, the captured atmospheric carbon dioxide can be combined with hydrogen to produce a low carbon intensity fuel, which will work in existing airplanes, ships, trucks, and other vehicles without the need to modify the vehicles. Carbon engineering's air-to-fuels process provides a pathway to significantly reduce transportation emissions. These fuels can be an important complement to electric vehicles by providing a clean liquid fuel for transport sectors that are difficult to electrify. How does this technology work? The process starts with an air contactor, a large structure modeled off industrial cooling towers. A giant fan pulls air into this structure where it passes over thin plastic surfaces that have potassium hydroxide solution flowing over them. This non-toxic solution chemically binds with the carbon dioxide molecules in the air, removing them and trapping them in the liquid solution as a carbonate salt. The carbon dioxide contained in this carbonate solution is then put through a series of chemical processes to increase its concentration, purify, and compress it so it can be delivered in pure form. Carbon engineering was founded in 2009 by Dr. David Keith, a climate scientist now working at Harvard. He started the company based on the premise that direct air capture would need to be deployed at climate-relevant scale, and our focus ever since has been on achieving that goal, from our choice of technology solution to our deployment approach. In terms of our technical solution, our process, there are several key factors. First, the process allows us to use equipment that has industrial precedent, meaning equipment that is similar to that used in other industries. The key here is that we can go to existing supply chains with our specifications, reducing the scale-up risk. Second, we use closed chemical loops, which minimizes the carbon intensity of the carbon dioxide we capture. Third, direct air capture has freedom of location, meaning that you don't need to locate a plant where there are sources of carbon dioxide, such as a power plant. We are able to deploy projects anywhere with access to air, water, and renewable energy, meaning that plants can be built in locations with good wind and solar resources and right on top of geologic reservoirs or near fuel markets. Finally, to help execute large numbers of direct air capture projects globally, Carbon Engineering has partnered with 1.5, a subsidiary of international energy leader Occidental's low carbon ventures business, to offer a franchise-like global deployment model. This slide shows a standard abatement chart. This one by Goldman Sachs, but similar to those done by McKinsey and others. It includes all of the greenhouse gases, so you'll see it adds up to 50 gigatons of CO2 equivalent, a bit more than the 40 gigatons we talked about previously. On the y-axis of the abatement charts, we see the cost per ton of fossil emissions that we could avoid through changes such as clean power generation and electric vehicles. On the x-axis, we see the potential volume for each solution, like wind and solar build-out in orange to help decarbonize power generation, electric vehicles and low-carbon fuels in dark blue, changes to land use practices in green, and increased building energy efficiency in blue. There's only one thing that doesn't appear on this curve, and that's direct air capture. After you do the math for what it will take to get to net zero, it becomes clear that there are two fundamental problems. First, the cost of carbon abatement rises quickly at larger volumes. It is very high for many of these emissions. This is especially true in the transport sector, the dark blue columns. Second, none of these solutions address the legacy carbon dioxide, which is already in the atmosphere. Okay, so what does this look like when we finally overlay direct air capture on the abatement curve? you'll see that early direct air capture projects are estimated to cost about $300 per ton, which means that direct air capture is a low-cost solution for about 10 gigatons per year of the emissions on the chart. Over time, the costs of direct air capture will come down, as they do for all new industrial solutions. At $100 per ton, which is carbon engineering's long-term goal, the area under the curve could drop from the previous cost of 8% of GDP to under 4% of GDP. So direct air capture has a potential cost advantage of trillions of dollars per year over alternative solutions to achieve net zero. Let's look at carbon engineering's progress. We built a pilot plant in Canada in 2015 and added a fuels capability in 2017. We built our innovation center, our long-term R&D platform to verify technology advancements before incorporating into commercial plants in 2021. Now we have large-scale deployments underway. We're currently working with a growing global network of international partners, some of them shown here, to deploy our technology at commercial scale. The first facility to use carbon engineering's technology is underway in the United States and being developed by 1.5. Once complete, this will be the world's largest direct air capture plant of its kind. Start of construction has just been announced for a 500,000 ton per year plant in Ector County, Texas, in the United States. And this is targeted for operation in 2024. To support the build-out of facilities such as this, policy certainty and carbon market support is key. Some key elements we've encountered that would move towards the ideal market condition include policy certainty, government action to close the gap between nascent technology plants and current carbon markets as we work to bring down the cost per ton. This is needed because the hardest part about building large-scale new technology plants is securing financing. So policies which reduce or eliminate market risk are key. Modern methodologies, those that build on lessons learned from their protocol processors, need to be administratively agile and fit for purpose and result in high-integrity carbon removal credits. Attention needs to be paid to storage duration, integrity, and proper allocation of emissions for multi-product life cycle assessments, such as trying to recycle CO2 from flue stacks into temporary products such as fuels. We also need to integrate removals into international policy frameworks. This is important to connect markets, supply and demand markets, compliance and voluntary markets. It's critical especially to connect markets where there is plentiful storage resources, such as Indonesia or Australia, with markets with more demand, such as Korea and Japan. We also need carbon market support to facilitate the rapidly growing market for voluntary permanent carbon removal. To give a sense of the pace at which the market is evolving, we can look back just at the last 3 years or so, because this market essentially started only a few years ago in 2019 when Stripe made its first commitment to pay for the direct removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and its sequestration in secure long-term storage. This was followed shortly after by Microsoft's commitment to going carbon negative by 2030 and to, by 2050, remove from the environment all the carbon the company had emitted since it was founded in 1975. Then in 2021, Shopify made a commitment to purchase 10,000 tons of carbon removal credits, the largest corporate purchase of DAC-based carbon removal at the time. Fast forward to 2022, and we now have announcements in the 100,000 ton per year range. First, 1.5 announced an agreement with Airbus for the purchase of 400,000 tons of carbon removal credits. And second, here in Korea, SK Trading International signed an agreement with Oxy to purchase up to 200,000 barrels per year of net zero oil for 5 years. Oxy plans to inject 100,000 tons per year of captured atmospheric CO2 to produce the environmental attributes of this net zero oil. As I said at the beginning, the climate challenge is immense. But I would like to close by saying the future is closer than you think. Our global deployment partner, 1.5, recently announced a scenario of deploying 70 million tons of direct air capture capacity by 2035, less than 15 years from now. This is facilitated by excellent policies in the United States that will drive economic growth and decarbonization there. With similar policies established globally, 1.5 sees a scenario of 135 million tons per year by 2035. So let us all work together to accelerate this growth. That's it. Lots of work to do ahead, but we know what we need to do. Thank you for having me today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. This brings us to the end of the four presentations in the afternoon session. And a kind reminder once again, audience who is participating online, if you have any questions to the overseas speakers, please leave your comment on the comment section of YouTube channel. And if you have any questions about the speakers who are here, then we will collect the questions and relay the questions to our speakers. And for your information, the presentation slides and materials can be found in the data archive of our website. Now, give us some more time so that we can arrange the stage for the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
아니요. 좌장님께서. 네, 그럼
We will now begin the panel discussion. We have Professor Oh Daegyun, who is visiting professor at Seoul National University and also member of the Supervisory Board of Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement, will be chairing. And we have Secretary General Kim Sohee of CCC, and also we have Mr. Kim Jaeyoon, who is economist at Financial Sustainability Department at BOK, and we have Mr. Park Changhyun, who is Deputy General Manager of Carbon Solutions, Korea Investment and Securities, and we have Mr. Insik, who is from the IBK. So please remember to upload your questions if you are joining us online, and also we will provide the audience here with a chance to ask questions at the end of the panel discussion. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Oh Daegyun, as was just introduced. And currently I'm a visiting professor at Seoul National University, and actually I am currently not a member of the supervisory board yet. I will become a member next year. And of course, we are holding this consortium according to Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement. And we heard from three presenters, and the carbon market, it's quite broad, and it falls under the umbrella of climate finance. And so all of this was explained to us by Mr. Song. And we have the ETS, or the carbon credit trading market in Korea. And the second presentation, well, we switched gears there, and we talked about the voluntary carbon market. So what is being required from the VCM? Because we believe that the VCM is growing and all eyes are on VCM. And so what are the prerequisites that the VCM must have in order for it to participate in the carbon market? So that was the second talk by Mr. Mark Kender. And the third presentation was a specific technology. And so it is direct air separation from CO2 from the air through direct contact. So it is new technology. And in order to really utilize such new technologies, well, we have to think about how the carbon market should work so that new technologies will be adopted and really utilized. And so that was the perspective of the third presenter. And of course, we can have many thoughts on these important issues, but time is quite limited, so we will be hearing from the panels now. So Mr. Kim will go first, and then Mr. Park and Mr. Yu, and then the last panelist will be the Secretary General from the CCC. So I would like to give each of the panelists about 7 minutes, and then we will have some minutes remaining later on for Q&A. So Mr. Kim from the BOK? Yes, I'm from the BOK. My name is Kim Jaeyoon, and I am in charge of researching climate risk at the Bank of Korea. So thank you very much for inviting me to the GENIE Forum. And I listened to the three presentations. And as they all emphasized, in order to respond to climate change, we need to activate the ETS market in Korea, and also we need to activate the voluntary carbon market as well. And also we need to have the development and commercialization of CCUS technology. So I could really relate to all three presentations. Now, regarding the talk by Mr. Song, he has talked about how the Korean market can respond by using ETS. And we have the cap on ETS, and we must link this to the numbers in EU. And we have the NDC for 2030, And the Carbon Neutrality Act came into enforcement in March of this year. And so we have this non-link between the NDCs and the allowed limits of the corporations. And so I hope that we will make that link shortly so that we can speed things up. And also in Korea, in order to achieve net zero, CCUS is quite important. Capturing CO2 is very important. And currently, we do not have commercialization of such technology in Korea. Now, we must have that in order for us to reach net zero. Now, of course, there are some firms that can play a leading role in doing that. Now, from the perspective of BOK, well, there is something that we would like to add from a finance perspective. Now, we're trying to activate the carbon market and also ETS market and so forth, and developing technology. That's all important. But from the side of the BOK, well, we have the renewables industry, and also we're trying to decarbonize the major industries, and the finance industry can play a very important market. So utilizing the carbon market is important, but we have to develop our own greenhouse reduction technology, and we need to have own capabilities of doing that. So the renewables energy industry is, of course, very important, and we also focus on decarbonization because this is very different from the traditional manufacturing industry. And a lot of these technologies are not commercialized yet. And also for manufacturing, the lack of commercialization of such technology is a very major weak point. And so without emitting CO2, there is just no way of engaging in steel making, for example. And so I believe that by having these initiatives, the manufacturing industries will be the most hard hit. And we must develop relevant technology so that we can help with the soft landing of the manufacturing sector. And we need to expand the financial support for the manufacturing sector in order to do that. So we are providing more financial support for sustainable businesses and renewables, but I think we must make that effort also for the manufacturing sector as well. That is all. Thank you.
So, Mr. Park, you are the next. Well, my name is Park Changhyun, and I'm from the Korea Investment and Securities. My team is in charge of the carbon credit, carbon emissions credit. So we just focus on the ETS market, and especially the voluntary ETS market. So let me just go straight to the conclusion. The voluntary credit market, and especially I believe that the investment needs to be expanded in this market. And second, the issuance and the distribution and the secondary market for that has to be also further developed. And next, we have to develop more financial products in the voluntary market to invite more investors and participants into the market. Now, let me give you details. For environment conservation, many people think that if we spend money for the environment, that is just the cost. We have to introduce environment-friendly process, and we have to use expensive materials. So cost would go higher. But if we want to make a market for the ETS trade, there should be products and there should be profits so that people can recognize this as investment, not just consumption. If we just link this into the carbon market, but first we introduced this compulsory market, what is regulated, and we distributed allowances, and then some of the companies had to purchase the allowances if they go beyond the the free allowances. And from the last year, now 3 securities companies have become moneymaker for a voluntary market, and now the 20 companies are allowed to trade about 200,000 tons, which invited the flow of money and which led to establishment of market. And now we have this futures products, and the market participants within the constraint of the regulation can trade all these products on the market. And we believe that if we follow this process, then the offset market has more potential to grow. Our companies have to reach net zero by 2050. But this does not mean they do not emit any carbon. They have to offset their emissions. That is why we need voluntary carbon credit. And this will increase the demand on a sustained basis. Then when we try to size up this market as an investor and a business person, during 2021, the total market size was 54 billion won, and the carbon credit covers 16%, which is 8.7 billion tons. And the offset credit accounts for 2.3%, 200 million tons. So the offset credit is accounted for only a very small percentage of the total ETS market. Therefore, in reverse, it has huge room for further development, which means we need to invest in this market. Since the demand is on the consistent growth, the supply itself is not increasing. Then why is investment not active in this market? This carbon credit is not traditional financial products like securities or bonds. So the investors do not have any clear plan to how to make an investment and how to make profits. That is why we need a policy support. And when the credits are in the secondary market, we have to track the ownership change of these credits. And to invite more money, we need to sell more diverse financial products based on these credits. And this should be done by the financial institutions, and that should be our role going forward. With this, I'd like to wrap up my comment, and if you have any further questions, please ask questions during the Q&A session. Thank you so much.
예, 기업은행의 전략
Yes, my name is Insik. I am team head of the strategy planning department at IBK. Now we talked about the VCM and also the regulatory CM. And in these two markets, well, ultimately, we need to foster investment to reduce greenhouse gases. And from that perspective, well, there are 3 things in regulatory and 2 things in capital markets. So that's what I would like to talk about. Now, the regulated carbon market was discussed by Mr. Song. And I think we need predictable policy signals. And we have people from security companies, and we must create the right environment so that the financial firms can join in, and we must encourage that. And also, we have the non-ETS part, and that has to be facilitated as well. Now, predictability in policy is important because now in 2019, the ETS was at first €4, but it became €98. So that was because uncertainty was cleared up, and more investors joined in, and that actually hiked up the prices. So if we have accurate signals about what will happen in the future, if we have predictability, that goes a long way. However, in Korea, the percentage was increased from 5 to 10%, but there is a possibility that this could be lowered. And also, CEO changing to KCO, there are uncertainties there as well. And so there are issues in the power generation market, and also nothing is decided regarding the derivatives market as well. Unless we can clear up these uncertainties, it will not be easy, and the financial institutions will not play an active role. And so the government needs to be more active. And also, secondly, regarding the VCM, first of all, well, this is a private market, and I hope that the government does not intervene. So providing a fence, that's great, but we don't need a shepherd. And we talked about numerous institutes and schemes, and the private sector is in the lead when it comes to VCM. If there are some problems and issues, the government should a supportive role. The government should not be in the lead when it comes to VCM because this is a private initiative. And also, companies, well, you should not just join in on the bandwagon and not blindly follow what others are doing. And you have to be very cautious. The companies, they're making a lot of pledges, but do you really know what you're getting into? Do you know what you're saying? So net zero and carbon neutrality are different concepts. And SBTI was mentioned today, and thousands of firms are joining in. But if you declare net zero, then you are joining in the initiative of the SBTI. However, they do not acknowledge using emission credits in order to reach your goals. But in other cases, you can use credits in order to reach net zero. And so we think that in the future, the VCM market will grow to huge proportions, but that is what we predict will happen. And we're basing a lot of what we're deciding now on what we think is going to happen in the future. But we have to be cautious here. And when you use the voluntary credits, you cannot just use any old credit out there. You have to use credible and reliable credits. And the last point that I would like to make is that in the future, I believe that the leading role will be played by not regulatory, but by VCM. And I hope that it will really work and things will go well.
네,
Well, great to see you all. I am Kim Sohee. I'm Secretary General of the Climate Change Center. While preparing for this forum, we wanted to include all those topics we think necessary. So, as was mentioned by Chair, there was this change of gear in the middle without explaining the voluntary credit market because the VCM is being expanded overseas. Now, without explaining the proper concept of VCM, we just changed the topic right into the VCM. So VCM, without mentioning the integrity level of a VCM, and you mentioned that the traditional ETS is the compulsory market, which is heavily regulated. As Dr. Song mentioned at the first, the CTS market should be more voluntary market and should be more free market. And to do that, we need more supply. And I think that the departments in charge of this institution, the government department, has a very different type of mindset when they view this market, and that they are not reflecting the demands of the market participants. So it was very frustrating for us to have the buy-in of the government officials. Starting from 2015, we kept talking about how we have to increase this voluntary market, but the government did not reflect our opinions, and the process itself was very challenging. So we, rather than just ease of regulation in the compulsory regulated market, we had an alternative of creating a new market, a voluntary market, like the overseas practices. So I hope that you can make stronger voices to request the government to open the voluntary market for ETS trades. And I believe that to have a voluntary ETS market, businesses should have more track records in this voluntary market and the overseas markets. And I have just one question to the doctor. The European ETS, rather than, I think that they took a test by changing the carbon price. What is it, $30, $50, or $100? And if it goes beyond the $100 threshold, then there will be carbon leakage. And if the price level is $50, then the government would be incentivized to make investment in technologies. And if the price is too low, they are not incentivized enough. So this is why the European countries are trying to control the price to facilitate the market. And that is the direction that the many European companies are set at. But what about Korea? If we want to develop the ETS market, I think the carbon price would be the biggest signal for market development. And in phase 4, I hope that there should be more signal from the government to control to test the carbon price, but we cannot blindly follow the process of the other countries. So we have to make some adjustment to fit the Korean market. And about this, I want to hear from I want to have your insights about this. And we included this topic, CCUS and TAC. And about this, we have many inquiries from the businesses. I went to the group gatherings of VCs, and there was so much inflow, capital inflow in the VCs, and the startups specialized in DAC and CCUS have become unicorns. And this made us realize that now we don't have a proper greenhouse gas reduction technologies, and now the capital is just flowing into this because we do not have any proper technologies, and this made us more pessimistic. We talked about climate crisis for a very long time, and now is the time to just the reduction is not enough. We now need removal technology, not just the reduction technologies. Without removal technologies, we cannot reach the target. There's this sense of urgency in this civil society and the civil sector. This climate crisis is not just the overseas topic. This is a very important issue for us as well. So we have to go beyond reduction and to go to removal technology, So I want to invite more financial institutes to make more investment in removal technologies. And recently, we've developed this new platform called Aura. And I agree to what Mr. Insik has said. To have a workable voluntary market, we need to have a proper policy framework and institution so that the companies, if they purchase the credits, that can be recognized in the market. That is why we submitted this recommendation to the government, so the government should have some guidelines for the voluntary market. That will be one way to recognize the credits purchased by the businesses, so that business can sell the credits in the market. And in high integrity initiative, it is being mentioned. So when we operate this platform, Aura, we want to refer to this high integrity initiative so that we can facilitate the establishment of the voluntary credit market. So, Mr. Song, can you provide an answer to the question that our Secretary General has just asked? Well, that was a very tricky question about the carbon pricing. We are doing some calculation for carbon pricing So the target is to reach net zero by 2050. That is a mid to long-term target. So it is very difficult to come up with the accurate estimate since it is 30 years away. So I refer to overseas examples. So there is a member of this overseas entity, and I looked at the model pricing suggested by the overseas entity to see the carbon pricing. And there was this net zero 2050 target, and to meet this net zero 2050 target, how much carbon price would be necessary? I looked at the various simulation models, and each model has a vastly different results. So I came up with the average of these different answers. So by 2050, some models suggested $500, and some models suggested the lower price, like $200. And if you assume the situation before NDC, then about $80, less than $100 by 2050. So these vast gaps show that it is extremely difficult for us to come up with estimate. And you mentioned the EU's case, and the price in EU is higher than that of Korea. And this price level would change the purchase amount of businesses. That is why the price level is so important. However, this requires in-depth study and more research. Right now, we have 680 million tons, but if we look at the structure of our macroeconomy and the energy mix, that is probably the optimal price. With that optimal price, we will be able to reach net zero by 2050. So if we consider all these factors, then probably the mandatory price will go up and up as time goes by. So what is certain here is that the price would go up, and there will be this upward trend. This creates urgency. The businesses have to do it faster. But if they are to purchase the credits, that means actual investment. But there is this reduction cost. In the Korean ETS market, the industry sector is accounting for the very larger part, like the cement, chemical, steel. These sectors, they need technology breakthrough to reach their targets, but technology breakthroughs require heavy investment. In contrast, Korea has to pay very high marginal cost to reach the net zero by 2050. Based on this, the optimal price would be really high for many Korean businesses. And that is what assumption I can make. So we need to check the company's sensitivity to price changes. Then we need to have more research to the reduction cost that the industry should bear. This is a very crucial part for us to be prepared for the net zero.
Yes, I have a question for Dr. Song as well. Now, you talked about the role of the regulatory market for NDC achievement, and then later on we discussed the VCM. Now, what kind of role can VCM play in achieving the NDCs? I don't think we had social dialogue about this. Of course, the answer will not be easy, but do you have something to say about that? Well, simply said, in the regulatory market, well, it's 5% within the regulatory framework. And adjusting this parameter, that is doable, but that's it. But we have the firms, and they are the players who have to actually achieve the reductions. And you talked about net zero achievement of the goals, and they are considering scope 1, 2, 3, and disclosure regarding scope 1, 2, 3 will be mandatory in the future. So the decision made by the companies will not be just to meet the 5% because of the regulation. So what goes beyond 5% will have to be related to the VCM. And in that sense, well, we have NDC 2050, and at the company side and at the market side, of course, both go hand in hand and they will work together. So in that sense, the capital market in the broader term will be contributing to achieving our NDCs in Korea. So are there any questions that came in on the YouTube channel? Can someone deliver those questions to me? And we have the current carbon market in Korea, and the regulatory part is existing. And we don't think that is enough. That is not enough for Korea to meet the NDCs. And there is a over demand, and the public sector is actually not able to really provide ample supply, and they are only giving signals regarding pricing, and the companies are making very vague decision-making based on pricing. So these points were made, and in the future, of course, the VCM can play a complementary role, and the companies can go beyond scope 1 and 2 and move towards scope 3. And when all this is combined, then we will step forwards achieving the NDCs. So the result of actions that will be converted to dollar or won. And so we have to make that monetary calculation in order for the financial market to act. And that's something that we have to work on. So when some sort of project happens, or when certain activity happens, we have to monetize that. We have to put a dollar figure on how much this is worth. So if we make investments on infrastructure or facilities, well, it is very difficult to estimate how much carbon reduction there will be because of such investments. However, as for credits, it is a system that enables the calculation. So the finance sector has to play the role of actually determining what that dollar figure is. And I believe that the role of the financial sector will be more important and higher in the future. And so the VCM, the market is relatively new. It is in its nascent phase. So I think we have a better understanding of these different markets.
총장님 질문하시.
So if our Secretary General, Kim Sohee, has further questions, please ask. Australian government and the Chinese government, they have already created voluntary markets so that businesses can trade, and the government can also purchase credits in this market. That is because they have this strategic initiative in place. So if there is anyone who knows about how other governments, foreign governments, create a voluntary market, please share with us. I want to just open this discussion. I want to know that we have this 12.1% reduction to reach NDC. This is quite a big portion. is there any strategic direction that we can meet this NDC by creating a voluntary market? I just want to know more about this. Regardless of a methodology or tools, we need to find every possible way to fulfill our NDC under this target. In this regard, we need to think about how we can create a voluntary market and how much contribution the voluntary market can make to reach this goal. Then this question goes to Mr. Choi. Well, the Korean companies right now are part of the 2030 carbon neutrality and RE100. When they announced these goals, they separately announced NDC targets. So we have this market to reach NDC, and we also have this there's also the voluntary market for RE100 and the net zero targets for 2050, and this voluntary market should be on a separate track. So voluntary market should be separately existent to reach this net zero market. Japan can be a great example. Japan is testing this possibility of a voluntary market. Even though they have this JCM, they are just utilizing the offset credit that is created domestically, and the Japanese government has allowed 100 million tons for about 10 years. And if this is not duplicated, then the offset credit can be calculated in the voluntary market. So if offset market should have this clear objective of making contributions to NDC, but that is not the case in Korea. And companies cannot link this offset market to the ETS market because of the policy uncertainties that is causing confusion on the business side. That is why we have to join our forces to start this reform and make recommendation to the government. In this regard, I want to cover as many topics as possible during today's program. Well, even though I am just the moderator of this discussion session, let me just contribute my inputs. The government would have their own official statistics, but there's no way for the government to calculate the voluntary offset or voluntary activities to trade the offset credits and other credits. Maybe they need to receive the applications or the reportings from the government so that they can track all the activities in the voluntary market. And this should be leveraged to reach the NDC. If we have this active voluntary market, that will help us to achieve NDC, and the government should be aware of that. We have 2 questions collected online. I'm not sure which panelist would provide an answer.
자발적 시장이라는 명
Now we have the term VCM, so it should be voluntary. However, if we use other means to encourage companies to participate in VCM, that's not really voluntary. So I think that's an oxymoron. So if there are encouragements, incentives given by the government, is this indeed a voluntary VCM? So I think we can further address that. And the second question is, currently we have CCUS, and in order to commercialize these technologies, well, other than the technology itself, what kind of system or institution policy do we need in Korea? So I'm not sure if we have someone who can address that. Yes. So we will hear from Mr. Yu first, or Mr. Kim first. Yes, thank you. So regarding VCM, yes, it's not a regulation, it's voluntary. And so it is an option that can be exercised. And encouraging certain actions of the companies by the government, well, it doesn't work that way. And of course, I am with a financial institute, and I am studying the industries and the situation from the investor's point of view. and during IR, and we also have credit rating companies and other investors. And we are asking companies to submit data and information regarding ESG, for example. And also, we have financial asset carbon neutrality. And if firms do not engage in carbon neutrality actions, then loans are not given to that certain company. And that is the global trend. And it is happening on a voluntary basis, and it has nothing to do with the encouragement or the actions taken by the government.
리무버라고의 좀 차이.
So there's difference between carbon reduction and carbon removal. And about carbon removal, technology is available, but cost is astronomically high. That is why these technologies are not fully commercialized, and only recently these technologies are being mentioned because of the climate crisis. DAC and the CCS, these technologies are receiving the government investment, not just the investment from the businesses. The U.S. government is one example. If there's technology that can do beyond 1 million tons, and the government would invest more than $3.5 billion. And the UK government is also following suit. It has announced to invest in carbon removal technologies. So CCUS and the DAC, these technologies require heavy amount of cost. So without the government's full support, these technologies cannot be financially deployed, and especially DAC. Because of that, if there is a carbon removal credit created by DAC, the price is very high. About deforestation, the carbon price is just $50. But if there is carbon removal credit created by DAC, then the per ton price is $200 to $600. So this is way higher. So the DAC technology guarantee higher profit. So this requires the government's full support going forward. About CCS technology, there was a question, and let me just add to that. As a person involved in the financial sector, I do not have heavy knowledge about technology and the other technical information of these technologies. But to commercialize these technologies, I think that the relative prices should come down. Right now, in this price table, CCUS technology is way expensive. So without introducing CCUS, and if leveraging other technologies would provide cheaper options to businesses. And I am a member of NGFS, and NGFS has come up with its own outlook for CCUS technology. For CCUS to be commercially deployed, the price should come down, or the carbon credit itself price, the price of carbon credit itself should go up to reduce the gap against CCUS price. If the carbon price is less than $200 per ton, then CCUS technology is not so attractive, according to some simulation and modeling. But those modelings are imperfect, as was mentioned by Dr. Son. However, if the price goes beyond $100 or even beyond $300, then CCUS technology will become slightly attractive to be commercially deployed. That is what we found from the literature research. Well, I think you have just put a clear distinction between the two, the carbon reduction and the carbon removal markets, and especially the voluntary market is requested by the private sector. Private sector wants a voluntary market, and the initiator of the voluntary market is the private sector, not the government. You made it very clear. And Mr. Kim just mentioned that the avoiding emissions by turning to renewable technology and removing the emissions or removing the carbon dioxide from the air is different. Right now, climate change is accelerating, so just reducing the emissions is not enough, and that we have to remove the existing CO2 in the air. That is why we have this DAC and CCUS, and there might be some premiums going forward in DAC and CCS. So these direct removal technologies like DOC and CCS, the investment in these technologies should be incentivized to further remove emissions in the air. Right now, these technologies are still under development, so we are not sure about the right pricing, but the awareness has to be changed first.
그래서
Yes. The question has to do with offset coordination in the Paris Agreement. Can someone address this?
제가 그러면 답을 좀 해보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 최근에 이제 좀
Okay, so let me try to address this question. So we have the VCM, and we have FARA and Gold Standard that work as major players in VCM. And if they register as a coordination of the credits, then this is acknowledged as such. And so we believe that there are incentives and encouragement so that such adjustments are made, even in the VCM. And this was covered in the second presentation. And when it comes to integrity, high integrity, this is becoming a prerequisite. And I think that's the future direction. And I think we are now out of time. And we discussed VCM today, its meaning, its trend, and the VCM, it doesn't really exist in Korea. And I believe that we had a very fruitful discussion today. So on that note, I would like to wrap up the panel discussion, and I would like to thank all the participants.